Hello. 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 Yes, hello. I say words and I talk into a microphone, even though nobody listens. Although, that's not true, because, you wanna know what's weird, man? I think it's because I'm really the only guy out here, like, covering it. But, but yeah, I like my live stream of Stray Gods, the role playing musical Orpheus DLC, uh, has like has like done surprisingly well, and I'm like surprised that like I don't know that people are watching it because I feel really bad since I don't like actually play the game for like half an hour. I hope people do. Well, no, it takes me like 10 minutes. It takes me 10 minutes, but there's like a very long preamble. And I was actually rewatching back on my Life is Strange video that I just posted, which it is kind of funny because uh like I was just watching it and I was like, man, I really start this off terribly. Like, I could be more funny initially, I could be more like charming or like pretty much anything, but instead I choose to be like nerdy and lame and like dumb, which I guess is very fitting for playing Life is Strange. But still, nonetheless, it's like, I don't know, it's just like, am I wasting my potential? Because, like, on the flip side, I rewatched my Final Fantasy VII remake live stream series where I live streamed through Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now, to be fair, when I start the game off, I am super quiet. Like, I very easily get drowned out by the game, and you can't really hear what I'm saying initially. But I do have some really funny bits, and I do have some really funny moments, and eventually I get my mic at a decent level where you can at least hear me. And I don't know, it's just like, it's really fascinating because it's like, does it matter? Does it matter to anyone? Does it matter if I start off strong and good and like funny, or is it better that I just start off however I want to start off and then you'll stick around because you like me? But it's like, I don't know how anyone can like me, man. Because I was watching a video, I think it was by the YouTube channel Make Media Matter, and I was watching that and they were talking about Smiling Friends because I've just been on a Smiling Friends kick, and like they just have like an amazing voice, you know? Like, it's kind of funny when like I watched the next video by them and they mentioned that they were having like some issues with their voice, and they were like, I always get comments that like, oh, this person has a really weird voice, or why does this girl sound so weird? And it's like, man, people on the internet suck. Like, I was listening to this person talk, and I was like, I'm so, like, jealous of their voice, Because, I'll tell you something, if I can be a little vulnerable here as a man, and it's kind of fitting because the main character of this game, not of Orpheus, but, you know, uh, Laura Bailey, it also gives me this like same feeling of like her voice is like so good. Like, I will never have a voice that is nearly as appealing as her voice, or like take Germa for instance. I think Germa is like a male equivalent where it's just like you just got such a good, charming, fun voice, and you can do so much with it. It's like my voice by default is just awful, and I genuinely hate it. Like, I hate my body for like having my voice be this way. Maybe I could add a good voice. Maybe if I pick up smoking, I can have a voice that people will actually enjoy listening to just inherently. But like, I never will, you know? I'm always going to have a voice that sucks and is terrible and nobody will like. And I don't know, that just makes it all the more harder for me to be a YouTuber because you have to actually like me. You know, you have to like what I have to say and you have to like what I do, you know, which is probably going to be rare because there might be some people, like, there's definitely at least one or two people that I know of that like what I do and like my voice, but like, those are like exceptions, not the rule, you know? Like, it's like I've turned off the ability to see when people tune into something because people will tune in and then immediately tune out as soon as they hear my voice, and that's so fucking depressing. You know, it's like such a sad state of affairs where somebody hears your voice and they immediately go, I don't want to listen to this guy, he sucks. And it's like, you know, fair enough, I kind of get it, but it really does depress me quite a bit. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what direction my channel is going to take. I'm hoping to get through and play Orpheus, like play it all the way through so that way I can like start editing stuff for it and start doing more things with it. And then I don't know, because like I have like several series that I've been working on and I've been putting a lot of time into. Like I've spent pretty much all day today like editing videos for Baldur's Gate 3, and it's actually really fun. Like I really enjoy it, you know. It's something that I personally enjoy, and it's, I don't know, it was something I was thinking about because I was watching a Leadhead video. If you don't know Leadhead, highly recommend checking her out. She's really fantastic. But yeah, I don't know. I like, I don't want to get too real, but I'm afraid I've already done that. I'm afraid I've already started off this video real as I can possibly be. And hmm. All right, yeah. But hmm. Man, I honestly, I've, yeah. Huh. I don't know. I gotta watch more of her videos because I think they're like, they're really good, and I haven't like, I haven't been keeping up with her and her videos. And I can I be real with you for a second? It's partly because her videos kind of depress me. You know, like when she talks about like her life in the videos, it makes me really sad because it's like she's almost like a successful version of what I want to be, but yet she's not successful, and that's like so depressing. You know, it's like she has 334,000 subscribers, and yet nonetheless she's currently living with her parents with her girlfriend, and it's just like, ooh, man, that sucks, because it's like, I'm already living with my parents, all right? I skipped all the steps of like getting an apartment and losing it because, you know, capitalism is evil and doesn't actually care about people, it just cares about profit. And I just skipped that whole step. I went to college for barely one semester, not even half a semester, and then I dropped out, and then I just lived with my parents, and then I was depressed for a pretty long while after that. And then you know, when you're depressed, uh, I, again, I don't want to get too incredibly real, but at the same time, I do. So you know what? I'm gonna do it. When you're depressed, sometimes you make dumb decisions, and sometimes those dumb decisions include calling one of those numbers. I'm not going to specify what kind of number, but you call one of those numbers and then you're honest, and though don't trust those numbers, man. Call this toll-free number if you need help. I mean, you know, in a way it did help me, but it helped me by hurting me. And this is just my personal experience, but I was like, man, I feel really depressed because I don't have a job and I'm not successful doing my passion, and I just feel like garbage either way. And then you know because I said the wrong thing and then got annoyed when this call number kept calling me back, because like I wasn't gonna do anything, but yet nonetheless, because I'm like, man, I hate my life, this is terrible, I just wish that I had never been born. I had my George Bailey moment, and rather than having a guardian angel come down and show me that my life is worth meaning and is actually really great, instead I had a cop come to my house and then escort me to the hospital, where I just had to sit in a hospital bed for 3 days or so. It was an absurdly long time, and I never wanted to not be born more than when I was in that hospital bed. Because, like, I couldn't do anything. I was just trapped, laying around doing nothing. It was like a reflection of what I was already doing, but instead of, like, playing a game or working on something or editing a video or thinking about something or having access to my phone, instead it was just like, oh, you can watch TV and that's it. And I was never depressed more in my entire life. And then I got transferred to a different place, like a mental ward, whatever. And I got there, and I'll be honest, first thing I was able to do was take a fucking shower. I had to sit 3 days for no good reason, constantly being watched for no good reason. And I wasn't able to shower. I was barely able to use the bathroom. It was just a nightmare. It was a nightmare, man. It's like I thought I didn't want to be born before then, but no, actually turns out when you seek professional medical help, they kind of just razz you. They kind of just jazz you up by being like, "Oh, you thought it was bad? You fucking moron. You naive summer child. Oh boy, I can't wait to condescend to you, an adult man. Oh, this is gonna be fun." And yeah, I don't know. And honestly, again, nurses are heroes, doctors are heroes, but goddamn, there's a bit of truth to why is it every mean girl in your high school ends up becoming a nurse? Because it's like, it's got to be hard being a nurse, man. But it's like you become a nurse and suddenly you forget about empathy. Like, you just unlearn empathy through all your, like, years in nursing school. And, like, that's cool, man. That's really great, Honestly, I will not go back to a hospital. I won't. I could literally be having a heart attack, and I'm not going back. I'm not. You can't make me. All right? This is America. I get to choose what I want to do. And Jesus Christ, do I never want to be back in a hospital again, man. I thought I already hated hospitals because, like, both my grandpa died in the hospital, and then my grandma had a stroke, and she lived in a hospital for the rest of her life. And it was very depressing to see because, like, when I was a kid, my grandma was really nice. She would give me cookies. She would, be a grandma. And it's kind of ironic listening to, like, my mom talk about her experience with her mother, my grandmother, and how awful she was to her, But then as soon as she got grandkids, suddenly she was the sweetest, most kind person in the world. And it just, I don't know, it's a depressing situation. America is a depressing place filled with depressing people, and I wanted no more of that. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is not going to work for everyone, of course. This is my personal experience. But, like, I got to the hospital and I was like, I can never be depressed again. Not because I'm afraid this will happen again, but because nothing can be worse than this, Because after that, I then got transferred to a medical ward where I stayed for about, like, a week. Maybe, like, 9 days at max. And, so the first thing that was great was I got to take a shower. I got to be like a human being that is able to shower and like eat regular meals and like read books, like that's all I did when I was there. I just read books. I read like 3 books, and it was actually really great because I was reading like romance novels, and they were really sweet and really nice, and they were really fun. And like it was just an awful place because like it's like people who were there needed help, and I was glad they were getting their help. But after I heard about the one girl who would apparently make coffees for people and then put like soap among various other things you're not supposed to put into coffee and then offer them to people, as soon as I heard about that girl and then I talked to a few other people, I was like, I don't belong here. No offense to any of these people. I don't belong here, But you can't say that out loud. Because you say that out loud, they're going to keep you for longer, And it's like, it's really easy to get out, It's like ridiculously easy, And, but I don't know. Maybe it was just easy for me because, again, I wasn't supposed to be there. All right. They messed up. They messed up putting me there because now I'm never going to go back because, I am a mentally sane person. I have a reasonable reaction to living in the current world that we do. And it's like, whoa, hey, pal, there's something wrong with you. You know what you need to do? Doctor's orders. You need to get pills that you pay for, and you need to get a job. And it's like, I'm sure that would help most people, or some people, or nobody. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But, it's like, it's so funny that, like, the big medical advice I got was, hey, you should, you should get a job and you should stop puffing on the peace pipe, let's say. And it's like, oh, you mean the one thing that doesn't make my life a living miserable hell? You want me to stop doing that, and you want me to do the thing that makes me that's like a terrible thing that I genuinely hate, And the last time I had a job was working as a dishwasher, where, I definitely didn't need to take a puff every time I went in there because otherwise I would just be enraged and angry having to do this minimum wage shit job that was awful and terrible, and you got no support, you got no help, you got nothing for it other than a paycheck. And a paycheck is nice, but a paycheck ain't everything. But yeah, and it's like, I don't know, I think kind of going back to Leadhead videos is that I think they're really great, but they do kind of take me back to that place. And I am not going back to that place. I simply refuse to. And I don't know, it's a very interesting thing because it's like, it's like we all have our own personal philosophies on life. We all have our own way of dealing with the world we were born into, being the people that we were born as. And people deal with it in like different ways. I have my own way of dealing with it, and I wouldn't expect anyone else to deal with it the same way I do, which is like, I don't know, it's a combination of like self-medication and just like soldering on through, and I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Get whatever help you need, be smart, do the right thing, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. I don't know, man. Again, I'm no doctor, I'm no nothing. I'm just some fucking loser failure who lives in his parents' house and is probably more likely than not going to die here. Not anytime soon, I hope, but hey, you never know. It's like, because I don't know, that is something I think about. It's like, what if I died tomorrow? Like, what if something, what if like I ended up choking in my sleep and I couldn't like save myself. I couldn't call 911 or anything. I just happened to die through like no fault of my own, really. And like I was thinking about then, like my only regret, my regret would be that I didn't post more YouTube videos, that I didn't make more stuff. That I have made a lot of stuff, but I've I have a lot of it private, you know, because I'm not sure if it would do well. I don't think people would necessarily like it. And so because of that, I am like afraid of actually of like no longer existing, because it's like I want to leave something behind. I want people to know who I am, know what I was about, know what I believed in, and know me, because it's like I don't know anyone. I don't have any friends. I mean, I have family, but that's really about it for me. And it's like, do I regret that? No, I don't, because I actually like not having friends. It's actually really cool. It might sound like I'm being like, oh, copium, but no, like genuinely, I like having complete command and control over my time. Like, I would not want to be friends with somebody if, like, my friend was like, hey, let's go out and let's hang out. Like, actually, it's kind of funny because I've mentioned this before a lot of the times on my channel, but I have two new cats. One of them named Pearl, one of them named Onyx. And I actually had a little bit of a nightmare today because I was having a sleep, man. I was having a beautiful sleep. I was having such a great time, and then I was awoken by a screaming cat banging on my door. And so I like get up, and I feel bad because, like, I didn't scream at the cat, but I was just like, I woke up, I was like, what the heck, what do you want, cat? And I wake up, I go to my door, I open it up, there's the cat just meowing at me, meowing as loud as he possibly can, banging on my door. And I'm like, what do you want? And then he like ends up just like meowing at me, and so I'm like, all right, do you want food or something? So I go ahead and give him like some food, and then I like try to go back to bed, but I can't because it keeps meowing at the door. And it's like the cat doesn't just want food, he doesn't just want normal things that cats want. He wants to hang out. And it's like the obvious solution is just have him be in my room. But here's the thing, I'm a weirdo, I'm a freak. I don't like having my door open, and I don't want to have this cat that I constantly have to let in and out of my room. But it is a rather unfortunate set of circumstances, because it's like, it's nothing against the cat. Like, it's just me, but I've never met a more social, needy cat in my entire life. Because it's funny, because he came with his sister, Pearl. And Pearl is like the complete opposite. If I'm out and about, Pearl will come up to me and meow and be like, pet me and give me water, turn on the sink so I can drink from that. And hang out with me. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'm fine with this. But like, Onyx will like try to get my attention. He will go out of his way to be like, hey, spend time with me. Hey, what are you doing? I hear you in your room, like editing stuff. Stop doing that and come hang out with me, the cat. And it's like, it's kind of driving me insane, because like, neither my cat nor my dog make this much of a fuss. Like, my cat has like banged on my door in a similar fashion to Onyx when she wants food, and like, that's it, so I can just give her food and then I can go back to bed. But Onyx, no, he doesn't just want food, he wants to hang out with me. Like, he'll sit on my lap and hang out with me, and like, it's really sweet and it's really nice, but it's like, I don't want it, I want to be all by my lonesome. I want to be by myself. I don't want to have to worry about this cat, because like, because like, I don't know, I want him to like get along with like my other cat, maybe Mac, or perhaps even my dog, where they can like hang out and they can play and not like hurt each other or anything. But he's like, nope, I don't like your cat, I don't like your dog, I like you. I want to hang out with you and spend time with you. And I'm like, no, leave me alone, let me sleep. And so because of that, I ended up like sleeping throughout like up until noon. I was just like asleep in my bed, and I was having a pretty great sleep. And I just like, I don't know, it's nothing against the cat, man. It's me, but it's like it's a great metaphor for like friends, you know? Whereas like friends aren't gonna be this direct and they're not gonna be this annoying to you. But it's like, to me, that's how social interaction feels. It is like an obligation that I have to do because that's what friends do. Friends hang out with each other and they spend time and they talk, and I'm like, I don't want to fucking do that. Okay? I want to spend my time doing what I want, enjoying my life, and spending my precious time here on this planet trying to like leave something behind, trying to leave something that people will enjoy, people will interpret, people will understand, people will hate, people will, interact with and like take in and have things to say about, because I have things to say myself. And it's like, it's like, I don't mind hanging out with a cat, but it's like it is a constant barrage of harassment from this cat. Like my dog, I'll go downstairs, I'll pet him, he'll be like, oh, it's Liam, hey, pet my belly, man, and I'll pet his belly, and then I'll let him out the back, throw the frisbee for him. If I'm feeling up to it, I'll take him out on a walk, you know. But then he's like done, like he doesn't need me to hang out with him. He's just gonna lay down on the couch or lay down on the bed and just chill, you know. Much the same way with my cat, where she'll like come in my face, meow at me if she wants like treats or food or something, and all that. But then like, sometimes she'll just meow to hang out with me. Then we'll hang out for like 10-15 minutes, and then I'm like, cool, and I'll go back to my room to work on stuff or to do whatever, and then she'll just sleep the day away, do things cats do on their own. And it's like Onyx is like the complete opposite of like all the other animals in my house. I've never encountered a more needy, more like incessant animal in my entire life. And it's honestly shocking. Sorry about all that, by the way. My apologies. But yeah, it's just like, it's so crazy to me that like, that's just how that's just how it is. That this is how this cat is, and it's like astonishing to me. But yeah, I don't know, man. I do not know. But yeah, so it's like, I don't know, I tend to avoid things that I don't particularly like, things that don't bring me joy, things that I don't inherently enjoy, because it's just like I don't see the point to it, If I'm not enjoying myself, if I'm not liking what I'm doing, then why do it at all? Why, you know, uh why do something that makes you miserable and sad when you can do something that makes you happy and glad, you know? It's like, I will take excitement and anger and like anything else over the mundanity and banality of depression, Because it's like, I don't know, this is also something I was thinking about, is that like, I mentioned this earlier with kind of like my gender jealousy, because again, before anyone on the internet comes out here and tries to psychoanalyze me, or like, oh, have you considered you might be a woman? Yeah, I've thought about it. I'm not. I was very fortunate to be born a guy, live my life as a guy, and be a guy, because like I wouldn't want to be anything else. I genuinely enjoy being a guy. I enjoy all the perks and all the detriments. Like whatever the downsides of being a man are, I will take it over the downsides of being a woman, you know? And but like but yeah, that's like sort of kind of going back to why I feel gender jealousy rather than envy, you know? it's like I see someone and I'm like, I could never be that. I could never like elicit that same emotion from people. I could never be that. Rather than like envy, where it's like, oh, I want that. Oh, I really want to be that. You know, it's like, of course, to me, there's a part of me that's like, oh man, I wish I was beautiful. I wish I had a voice that people like to listen to. I wish I was successful and smart and yada yada yada. But it's like you can't change that. You can't change who you are. I mean, you can, but you are ultimately still yourself, you know? You can change yourself, but you are still yourself. And I like being myself. And I don't know, it's like it's kind of interesting because like I don't know. Again, I have an aggression that is like befitting of a guy. You know, like I get angry, I get mad, but I also have to learn to control that, learn to calm down. Learn that when I get woken up at 6 a.m. after maybe at most like 4 hours of sleep because I go to bed super fucking late and this fucking cat just wants to be my friend and wants attention and wants to be nice and wants to cuddle up to me, and I'm just like, leave me alone, cat. I can't, I don't like take it out on the cat. Again, the worst I'll do, the worst I've ever done has been like, oh my god, you fucking cat, shut up. And then I'll get up and then I'll see what the cat wants. And like throughout the day consistently, I've been trying to just like be in my room, doing my own thing, working on what I want to work on, and then I just hear meow, 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 and he just does that forever, and it's like I feel bad. I don't want to. I don't want to. It's like I need my space. I need alone time. I need to be by my. And so I can, spend my life doing what I want, because I don't know how much life I got. It's like I think ironically enough, I'm probably gonna live till I'm like 90. you know uh but you have no idea. You have no idea whenever whenever your life might end. So carpe diem, seize the day, do what you want with your time. And it's like I want to hang out with the cat, but I don't want to hang out with the cat all day. I want to be able to sleep unperturbed, undisturbed, and just have a good time living my life. So yeah, don't mind me. I'm just complaining and being a bad person. But it's just like I'll be honest with you. That guy's not a good cat. All right, he's a very adorable, very sweet, very loving cat, but he's not a good cat. Cats are supposed to be independent and do their own thing and leave you the fuck alone, man. You know. But it's like I don't know. My main concern with him being in my room is that I don't want him like getting into something. I don't want him like getting sick because he's gotten sick like a few times. But I'm not sure why. I think maybe he's been overeating. So like we give like both cats like the same amount of food, like dry food, but Onyx, he likes wet food, and like my parents and me have both been giving him like half a bowl of cat food, and I think it's too much for him. So like I gave him a third today. I gave him only a third the of like the wet cat food, and he ate the whole thing. Because like one thing I've been noticing is that he does not eat the whole thing when we give him half a bowl of cat food. So I'm giving him like a little less, not like excessively less, but like enough so he's happy and satisfied, but he's not gonna get sick from overeating. But it's like, I don't want him to get sick in my room. I don't want him to do anything else in my room that might be bad. I don't want him like messing up my mic or messing up my cords or messing up anything. I mean, I think as more time passes, I think I can trust him more, and I'll like watch him to make sure he doesn't do anything bad. But it's just like I don't know. I would, and it's like I don't know if I want him to like sleep in the room with me, because on one hand that might be nice because I could just sleep and then wouldn't have to worry about him banging at my door. But then on the other hand, it's like, is he just gonna scream in my ear whenever he wants me to wake up? Because it's like, hey cat, I love you, but I need my sleep. Okay, I need to sleep. Okay, I need it. You know. Uh. But yeah. Anyway, sorry I've been going for so long. Think I'll actually continue and play the game now. Oh wait, hold on. I should make sure I'm not... Okay, cool. But yeah, I do want to finish up playing Stray Gods here, because I have a lot of footage that I want to get to editing.
You're taking a rather long time to make your move, old friend. One would almost think you're lingering. Perhaps to keep the game going as long as possible. Aha! I knew it. You invited me here to play so you could riddle me with questions. I see right through you, boatman. You're kind to be concerned, but everything is fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, maybe it's not fine.
Aww.
What's wrong? That is an excellent question. If you must know, I suppose I have to wonder, why am I still here? Yes, I know I'm dead. In the land of the dead. That's not what I meant. The thing is, after the Muse destroyed the throne, I thought my task was done. I left with all the other shades. One by one, they all faded away into oblivion. Even Benny. But not me. I expected it. I wanted it. Yet, I remain. Why is that? I thought life was really over, and I was ready to meet the end, to leave behind a world of suffering, to make love to oblivion. But I stand here now, corrected, left with nothing and no one. I have somehow been rejected, and I don't know what I've done wrong. What now? And who now? Where do I belong? Thought I'd live my destiny, but is there one more song? Now this, and now then, I will find my place again. I knew it all along. There's always one more song.
Hi. You know, this isn't normally my kind of thing. I go for the heavy beats. But it's nice.
Have we met?
I mean, probably a long time ago. When you died. I would have been someone else, though.
Ah, then you're Hermes.
And you're Orpheus. Persephone once told me I should stay clear of you, but yeah, a lot has changed lately.
I hate to say it, but you don't look like any of the depictions of Hermes I'm familiar with. Granted, they were all statues, but they certainly weren't dressed as you are.
You mean like in a toga and stuff?
Persephone was greatly changed in the same way, but even so, I still knew it was her.
Deep down, I'm still Hermes. But I'm also me. You just get used to it.
Well, anyhow, was there something specific you wanted?
Well, I heard you singing, not like intentionally, but I just thought, I can help. Maybe what you need is to get away. Maybe I can bring you up to the mortal world?
You can do that?
Yeah, it's a psychopope thing.
Do you mean psychopomp?
Could be. So cool, right?
What are these towers? Do people live there? So many lamps. There's light everywhere. Such a magnificent sculpture. Is this for a god? Was this city built over a volcano? How odd. Perhaps this isn't the end. There's so much to explore. My lips, they tremble. My hands, they shake. There's a whole new world in store. What now? And who now? Where will I belong? I thought I'd lived my destiny, but we're writing one more song.
You know, I gotta say, I have several
But
thoughts about this.
I must go home.
Come on, man, you just came out here.
Back to being terribly alone.
Hey, man, nothing wrong with being alone. I find it to be pretty rad. But that's just me. Although, I will say, I don't know. I don't know if this game will ever get a sequel. Like, I'm really happy it got this DLC. And, like, it costs $10, and, like, I think that's more than worth it.
I suppose it's time to return.
Like, I don't know what the standard
Isn't
price for this game is.
Sure.
It might be $30,
If that's what
but
you
I would say
want.
$30 is definitely
Well,
worth
I'm
it for the
dead.
game.
Am I not?
But, like, if
Surely
you can
there's
get
no choice
the
in
game and the
matter.
DLC for $30, ooh, that's pretty good.
You
But
left
it's
the
like,
Underworld
I don't
before,
know
right?
if there will ever be a
Long time ago?
sequel, or if Summerfell
That means you can
Studios...
again.
Summerfell or
true.
Summerfall?
So,
I'm not sure which one it
these
is.
centuries,
But,
I could have returned at any
but like,
time?
if they did do
You'd
another
have to find a
game,
gate and get
like,
past
I would really
Corone
want to play it,
and
but
Cerberus.
I don't know if
Not
they
that
are.
Either of them are
you
really
know?
into their jobs lately.
It's like,
Yeah.
I will say, I do think that this is like a smart
I'm alive?
kind of way of making a
Alive?
game,
Can you believe
rather
it?
than focusing
Orpheus
on
lives
like,
again!
spending a lot of money on like graphics and gameplay and all that.
Do you hear
Just
that,
like
modern
spend all your
world?
money on
Orpheus,
like
bard of
writing,
the ages, the legend who
music,
moved the heart of the
and
king of Hades himself,
casting.
walks amongst
You know?
you. Ha ha!
But also, I'm really sad that, as we'll see here in a minute, that they're going to take my boy Orpheus out of a skirt.
I suppose
I think he should have
the
kept the
question
skirt. I think
really
he's
is
killing it in the skirt.
To do what?
I mean, I like his new jacket, but
I got
I
it.
miss him in the skirt.
Why
You know?
don't you start a new story?
A new story?
Yes, a new story. You asked what you do when your story's over.
Yeah, are
You write
skirts
a new
comfortable?
one. Here.
I don't know. I feel like
Well,
I would
don't
really
know if
want,
you're aware, but
like-
my story was the stuff of true legend.
I would like
I
really
wrote
want
songs
to
that
be.
defined our world. I had a love.
I don't know.
the
I would
envy
like
of
a
all
long,
others.
kind of
Even
soft
my death
skirt.
was the thing of
You know,
spectacle.
like
Which
ankle
reminds me,
length
are the
skirt.
Maenads still about?
all
They
right?
made my disembodied head sing.
And I don't know. I feel like that
quite a
might be
long time.
really
Most
comfortable, but maybe it
uncomfortable.
wouldn't.
I don't
I don't
think
know.
so.
The point is,
Where do
a
you buy
masterpiece
skirts?
is
get it. Sequels do kind of suck sometimes. But not always. You gotta try.
What's your interest in this, Idol? You know next to nothing about me.
I heard you sing.
That's hardly the same thing.
Isn't it? Grace made Athena give up through the power of a song. Corny, I guess. But what does?
I suppose you have me there. Dare I ask what a sequel is?
It's when a movie follows up on the last one. Just some of them go on for a really long time.
And a movie is?
There's a lot you're gonna have to learn. I bet you don't even have a phone.
A wager you would win, I assure you.
How do you live? Oh man, we're gonna have to get you one. I could be your first text.
You're very strange, Hermes of the Idols. I have to say, I don't quite know what to
Also,
make
I think
of
it's a little sad you can't romance Hermes. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
saying,
get
get
that
a
a
first
lot.
text.
The
That's a
stories of the
romantic
gods
gesture,
and
Hermes.
everyone I've personally
I know you
met
probably don't
led
think
me to
about for Hermes to be
Vain,
the first text,
damaged goods
considering
even.
that they're the
No, that's still a thing
the-
mostly.
like
But not
the
you.
the messenger god. You
I
know,
don't know.
I know
I'm
they're
just trying
a
to live
god
like
of
the
like
old
many
Hermes told me
other
to.
things, but like
Life should
you
be
know,
better.
Hermes
And not just for me.
delivers messages.
A rather
That's sort of their
novel
whole deal.
concept. All right, Hermes, consider me intrigued. How should I begin this grand new tale you propose?
Yes. I was thinking I could show you around the mortal world a bit first. Show you how everything's...
No! No. That sounds like it would take forever.
You have a whole lifetime, right?
I've had a dozen lifetimes, thank you, and I'm quite done with that. No. I fear the time for patience has passed.
Okay. What do you want to start with, then?
Imagine, you are about to read a magnificent modern tale. At its core, its very essence is...
Action?
I do cut a heroic figure, it's true, but I'm actually rather shit with a sword.
Good dialogue, then.
One can hardly talk their way into a new legend, can they?
I don't know. Romance, maybe?
Eurydice can never truly be replaced in my heart, but perhaps you're correct. A new tale demands a new love.
Or... Slushies are still an option.
No, you have the right of it. The time has come. Tell me, young Hermes, what is the fastest way to find love in this modern world?
Love? Like, real love? Oh, man. I guess there's... that? Is speed dating still a thing?
Speed dating.
Oh man. Also, this is like my favorite song. I'll find a new love and we'll go down in history. Once more true love, I'll find it tonight. I'll find a great love the way I found Eurydice, and I'll find it tonight.
What do I want to get out of speed dating? The most glorious love, the heavens above will tremble in awe and shake at their core. The winds upon the seas will feel like a breeze when compared to our love.
Rude.
Let's call that a practice run.
I'll find a new love, somebody who will understand. As a klaxon from the mouths of gods. I'll find a great love, roll the dice once again, and I'm liking the odds.
Are you ready to give all your love to a guy who wants to love you?
Of course.
course, I wanna love you like I love Darren.
Who's Darren?
Oh, so you wanna talk about Darren? He's the best ex-boyfriend that I ever had. He would have been a good husband.
He would have been a great dad.
But he left me because I loved a little too much. We went on one date, and then I never heard from him again. Crazy, right?
Also, apparently this is the same voice actor for Medusa.
Understands the pain.
Of course I do.
Love someone so much and never see them ever again.
It's the worst.
Because you make a deal with the king of the underworld to set your loved one free.
Huh?
But then you turn around and she's dragged back down into Hades for eternity.
That's really interesting.
I'm an interesting person. So glad to hear that the suitors of today are willing to open up in pursuit of a truer love. I'll
Find a new love,
one
to share the past with me. A big poet, it's us against the world. So compelling, can't wait to make some memories of the future unfurled.
Your face, it reminds me of someone familiar, like someone I used to know. A face that belonged to a terrible monster, a snake-headed gorgon who feasts on men's organs, a creature to pity, but still kind of pretty. What I'm trying to say is in a snake-headed way, you look really nice tonight. I meant it as a compliment. That was a compliment. Okay, shake it off, Orpheus. It's only a matter of time till you find the one.
I'll find a new love and they'll accept my compliments. More true love, they'll compliment me back. Find a great love that taste for elegance and for another crack.
Got no problems, just got bank. Making that money, savvy young blank. Take you to the Shangri-La, buy you a bucket of caviar. Let me show you what that money can do. Take you to a zoo, buy a kangaroo. The best things in life are free, but I've got a solid gold me. And if I let me date you, you can have a solid gold me too. You would be good with me, because I am good with money. And I would be good with you, cause I assume that you like money too.
If you got money to burn, I might be ready to learn. But it is bait that I won't bite. But maybe if you showed me a good night, we could be a modern couple. You could teach me all about the modern things, like what's with these devices. They seem like they're vices, but look at the joy they bring. We could be a modern couple,
And we could do the most modern couple things, like I'll work late at night, come home drunk, then we'll fight. 20 years down the train, wasted lives, what a pain.
then we both realize there's still love deep inside. After all of this time, we rekindle the light.
Sounds pretty nice.
Interesting. A few extra drachma might be a little fun, but it's not all that counts. Yes, maybe I could be a modern lover. I'll
find a new love, one to show the world to me was more true love, who's stylish and fair, a rich or poor love, maybe one with less slick back hair.
All right, this time let's start with a joke. My, if you're down here on Earth, then I guess that the heavens must be missing a muse.
See, this is funny because I think she's voiced by Laura Bailey.
No, I mean, is it start because it's just a little joke. I mean, really. Where's that bell?
God damn it, Orpheus. That's the hottest person here.
Perhaps I missed my calling.
I'm sorry, but if the love of my love can't laugh maniacally, innocent true love who laughs a little less, we can share stories of comedies and glory. Who shall be next? I mean, come on. She's so hot.
It's been the longest day. I just want to hear someone else say that I want a new love.
I want a new love.
I want a true love.
We'll go down in history.
A love worth retelling.
It's worth more than gold to me.
You hear what I'm saying?
I've said it before to myself.
We'll find a new love.
We'll find a new love. Is this a new love? It's so nice to meet someone who shares my sentiments. Indeed, today has been very long, and most people here seem completely imbecilic.
Yeah, I'll say. I've had similar encounters. Some guy who was recording our whole date.
Someone who couldn't handle my great jokes.
I swear there was a guy who was half beast, half man.
Oh no, the event's about to end.
Okay, maybe I'll see you later.
I found a new love now that
I can finally see will be the true love, the light of my love. Loyal for choice, I knew this would be easy. I'm all in one night. I mean, the final one is the best, but...
Hello?
Oh, hey!
I hope you don't mind me coming back to say
What? No, of course.
I really enjoyed our time and was wondering if maybe you'd like
Darren
to...
proposed!
What?
What?
Darren's back and Darren proposed!
What? What?
And it's all thanks to you. I called him and told him the crazy stuff that you'd been through. He'd heard it all before, but the way that you used that metaphor of losing your love to the underworld showed us what true love was for.
It wasn't a metaphor,
Damn.
but I fear I'm no longer sure what I'm doing here. I thought my path was clear. Is it just my luck? A curse from above for me in this place. There is no new love.
Aww. I love you, Orpheus. I think you're great.
Yeah, now that was a banger. Everything okay there? It didn't work out, but we're on the right track, yeah?
Yeah, I guess. You know. Actually, you mind if I leave briefly? I gotta use the restroom, quite terribly so. But yeah, I'll be back as soon as I can. Hello, hello, I return. I'm putting up the pause menu to let you know I'm back. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just ah, ah, ah. All right. Anyway, all right, I'm ready. I'll find a new love, somebody who will fuck me. I'll find a great love, one who will blow my brains. I'll find a new love, or I'll find a true love, one who will fuck the brains that have been blown out on the carpet. I almost had it. I don't know. I I was thinking of it. Uh, I'll find a great love, one who will blow my brains out. I'll find a true love, one who will fuck the brains on the carpet, and it will be really hot. Sorry, that's my bit. I couldn't make it work because I'm not fucking musically talented. All right. All right. Start a new recording.
I expect you're correct. Is there an option where the romance is a bit more instantaneous?
I don't think it works like that. I mean, well, it does in the movies, I guess. But that's not.
It worked that way with Eurydice. The memory of our love sustained me for 1,000 years in Hades. But I suppose you're saying that finding such a love requires effort. Yes. Very wise.
Wow. Time to try the next place mortals like to meet, I guess.
This is going to be difficult, isn't it? Lead on, my friend.
Finally, I get to flirt with Eros. I want to see how that works out. Because I didn't, because I was like, I think I can flirt with Hermes. And then you flirt with Hermes, and Hermes is like, oh, I'm not into that. But aren't you?
I'll be right back.
Like,
Don't
they
go
mentioned
anywhere, okay?
that they like thought they found someone they loved, but they didn't accept them for who they were. So it's like, I don't know. It's like, are you like aromantic? Are you asexual? What's the deal?
If mortals meet here, I suppose it's up to me to find one.
Man, goddamn cats. Every time I pet them, my fucking hands are covered in cat hair, man. It's insane. I mean, I love them. They're very sweet.
Only one way that's gonna happen.
I use the bathroom, and they come out, and they're both
call
just...
it beer.
Yeah, baby! Oh, of course.
May you? You, my delectable friend, are exactly what this bard of ages has been looking for.
Cute.
Oh, I'm flattered, of course, but no, I'm not here for that.
This really isn't my day, is it?
We've met before, a long time ago. You prayed to me to grant you a young woman's heart. I looked a little different back then.
You are Eros. Are you absolutely certain that you're not here to be my new love?
Oh, nothing's absolute. But yes.
Even if I swayed your heart with a song, you wouldn't be the first god to be so moved.
I'm tempted, honestly. But Hermes insisted you needed my help. So that's why I'm here. Just for a chat.
My memory of our encounter is a little vague, but do you not carry a magnificent bow?
Did I still have that when we met?
Oh, yes, made of ivory, it looked like, and so intricately carved. I always wondered if it was meant as a weapon, or
if my arrows truly pierced the hearts of mortal men, causing them to fall in love. It was a weapon. The arrow thing was a joke that Dionysus made, which got out of hand. Mortal authorities frown on weapons now, so I put the bow in storage around the turn of the century. I, honestly forgot where.
So, do you like this modern world, Master Eros? I find it utterly fascinating, but I did only arrive today.
It has its perks, but I miss how people were in the olden days. They used to be more open to wonder, to possibilities. The world was so large. Now it's become so small.
Surely the world has not changed size. Aristotle would be scandalized.
I just mean that no one pays any attention to discovery any longer. It's so commonplace, it's become mundane. Pay no attention to me. You've several millennia of wonders to catch up on. I envy you.
I assume you didn't come here solely to chat, Lord Eros. You have something to say about my quest?
I do, yes.
Directions to a worthy love, perhaps? You answered my prayers once, after all. Will you do so again?
That's the thing, Orpheus. I never did answer your prayers.
But you came to me. Eurydice, she...
Fell in love with you, without any help from me or any other idol.
Then you deceived me? All this time, I thought it was you who had sparked her passion.
Even if I had, the love you felt for each other is not something that can be manufactured. Not even by an idol.
But you allowed me to think that you had. All this time, I sang your praises. I'm such a fool.
I was a jerk back then. We all were. I thought you were arrogant, daring to ask for a love I felt you didn't deserve. So I told you what you wanted to hear. I expected you to fall flat on your face. But you didn't, did you? Eurydice said yes. True love found you anyway. The kind of love you seek can't be bargained for, Orpheus. There are no shortcuts. I see you've opened up your heart again. So let me tell you what I know. The quicker that you try to fall in love, the slower it will go. A single glance will set your world aflame. A spark it can ignite a blaze. Why is it that I never feel warm? There are so many ways to burn. How can I not know this by now? Take your bow and arrow. You must aim for the moon. One chance in a million, then it's gone too soon. Take your bow and arrow. Pray your aim is true. But when should you fire? I wish I knew.
So what you're saying is it's pointless then? I think that deep inside I knew my love was lost to me so long ago. At least it was true.
Take your bow and arrow.
Tell me when
It is never too late.
must I wait
It's only
till
fate.
then? When
Take your bow and arrow.
that's the thing.
Draw the string in
my
your heart. You
I
must know.
when to let go.
So, time for plan C, I guess?
No, my friend. Lord Eros is correct. My search for a new love is futile.
Well, I don't know about futile. I mean, maybe you just need to... Oh. Hey, big guy. Where to next? If you're not, looking for love, what do you want to do?
I don't know why, but like,
really do not know.
I love what
Perhaps
people
the
calling
underworld
other
is
people
where I
like
truly
big
belong.
guy or big man.
Don't say
Like,
that.
I don't know. I think I've
The
picked up
underworld
big
is
man a lot
so
from like Red Dead
dead.
Redemption 2, but it's like
I mean,
it
That's what I meant.
is that
Perhaps the realm
like
of the
Micah
living
calls Arthur
is
big man.
Not for me.
Like I forget if
No,
like
I
at the
meant dead,
like at the
like,
very end of the
boring.
game,
You're
like in
not
chapter
boring.
6, when like Arthur
You're
comes
just a
back to the
little,
camp, and then
stuck.
oh yeah, no, Micah calls him Black Lung
hey,
in that instance. He's
stuck's
like,
not so
Black Lung,
bad.
you're back.
I've been stuck
But I can just
plenty.
easily picture him saying,
We just need to
Big
figure out how to
man,
get
you're
you
back. You know? Like, I don't know. Big man is just such a
unstuck.
funny thing to call somebody. And
Oh,
it's, I don't know, I find it to be really cute.
Okay, so what's the worst
Hey,
thing that's
big
ever
man,
happened to you?
relax. My mortal death.
Well, I was torn to pieces by angry maenads. They kept my disembodied head as a treasure so it could sing to them forever. Or until it was stolen and thrown in the sea.
Yes, perfect. You could write a song about that. No, really. Work on a song and it'll get your creative juices flowing, when I'm making a new video,
It's Hermes.
Oh, oh, hi. Not all at once, please. That's my shirt. That
See,
tickles.
I would
Okay,
shoot
okay,
myself
okay.
in the foot
One
if this
selfie,
ever happened to
alright?
me.
Just one.
You know, I want to
Okay,
be
maybe one
famous,
more.
but
Okay,
I
okay.
never want to be
That's
famous
fine.
enough
Good.
where people like recognize me. Be like, hey, postmodern
Sorry,
lemon.
my fans.
No,
Be a
fuck
little-
off.
Fame! A return to fame shall be my purpose. Tell them, Master Hermes. Tell them that the Bard of Ages has returned. Tell them he shall play to the crowds once again.
Okay.
Tell them that Orpheus's Back from the Dead tour has begun.
I like Hermes' cute little profile picture
Thank you.
where they're
Thank you so
holding
much.
up a peace sign. That's really cute.
Okay, how about one last song? Here's something a little more personal. On a summer night, 'twas a viper's bite, took her out of sight. I followed, and I gave a show. We were free to go, and I climbed, and lo, she followed. The queen, you see, played a trick on me. And you really see was swallowed down.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. I mean, I like the more intense version where you add more stuff. But yeah, let's see how this is. Ooh.
Back above the ground, my guitar unwound. I was haunted, hounded, hollow.
This is pretty
waiting
good.
my life away. But I felt furnace burn, I would soon return, and the queen would learn what followed. All that time above, now I'd see my love, and I soon enough was swallowed down. And then despair, for they weren't there, but I would stay down.
This is pretty cool.
To wait my life away. In my dark little cave there, shaping my plans for the queen. Only sound that I made there were tortured cries and spite-filled mutterings. But my words were rebounding from the stone coming back at me, pushing in and surrounding all who hear now listen. Hate is a self-made prison. Don't wait your life away. Forget them. Don't let them take another day.
Man, that was really good. I think I like the intense one more, but that one's really good. That one's really got something going for it.
Hey, now that was awesome! Again? Oh, man.
It was indeed a thing of awe. Just as I remember. Crowds chanting my name. Music that thrilled the soul. My every sense of fire. Until the moment the curtain fell.
And?
And that's the thing. It's exactly as I remember. I have already taken this path. Hermes, I do not need to take it again. Fame feels empty. Romance is hopeless. What am I to do? What possible reason is there for Orpheus, Bard of Kings, to remain in the land of the living?
I mean, you could, live. It's what most people do.
Common people? I am an artist! Ah, have I been reduced to such low prospects?
Gosh, I didn't realize artists were so dramatic. Lucky for you, I figured this might happen. Come on!
Go? Go where? There's nowhere for me to go, Hermes, and nothing for me left to do.
Yeah, there is. Come on, old timer. She's not gonna wait around all night.
Huh. It's snowing. It's a lovely view. But why have you brought me all the way up here?
To meet me, I think.
Goodness me, if it isn't Grace, last of the Muses. Or is that still the case? The news in the underworld is rather hard to come by.
Nope, just a regular mortal again.
I didn't realize such a thing was even possible. You continue to surprise, it seems.
You've got a surprise or two left yourself. This whole back from the dead thing, for instance. That requires a huge sacrifice, doesn't it?
A price I paid long ago. Or so Master Hermes recently informed me. Not that mortal life has brought me any solace.
Yeah, Hermes said you were feeling a bit lost. They thought that maybe I could help.
And why is that? From all accounts, you stormed through the lives of the idols like a hurricane and have come out on the other end on top.
Sure, maybe, but before all that, I was lost as hell. Even before I became an idol.
All right then, I haven't many other options, I suppose, so let's see where this goes, shall we?
Nice view.
Wonders beyond imagining. Once I would have sworn only gods could live in such a place.
So, I'm not really sure where to begin with this.
How much do you know about me? Other than, of course, our delightful first meeting back in the underworld?
I know you wanted revenge on Persephone for helping Hades trick you.
More or less. It was my own fault, looking back at Eurydice, but then again, they both knew I would. Who could not?
And I know you were quite a musician back in the day. The equal of any muse, and possibly better.
That's quite the compliment.
Persephone said it, not me.
Ooh, an even greater compliment.
Yeah, don't get too full of yourself, Mr. Bard of the Ages. That's all I really know.
So, if you know so little about me, Grace, why are you so eager to help?
Well, I felt a little bad after what happened.
Keeping me from a vengeance that I'd waited thousands of years to enact?
Yeah.
Truth be told, the vengeance was hollow. I welcomed oblivion, but it appears that oblivion was not ready to welcome me. Nevertheless, it's not your fault. You've no obligation to aid me. You must know that.
Sure, but if I can help, shouldn't I at least try?
I suspect most would answer that question with a no, but it appears you're not most people, are you? Tell me what you've been up to since we met. Persephone must have been hungry for vengeance, I imagine.
Not so much, actually. We've all moved on.
She forgave you? Astounding! But the original question still stands.
I went back to college, actually. Finished my degree. I almost didn't think I could with the idols going public and everything, but I did it.
An educated woman. Why, the times have changed, haven't they?
Yeah. Thing is, be an accountant? I mean... I know I chose to be mortal, sure, but...
Feeling I know very well. Forgive me the observation, but it appears that you're at something of a crossroads of your own.
I guess I am, yeah.
No romance, then? No love of the ages to keep you occupied as you decide what to do next?
There's Freddie. You know, the one I came to the underworld to rescue? She's the muse now.
Ah, I see. Muse and former muse in love. Is that not awkward?
Oh, it's great. She loves it. I want more than to be a part of her adventures, though. And I know she wants that for me, too. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you and I are kind of in the same boat.
With one major difference. I lived my mortal life. You have yet to live yours.
There is that. Still, you're probably as close as I'm gonna get to someone who will know what I'm going through.
So you coming here tonight was not entirely for my benefit? Not to fear, Grace. I'll keep your secret. I have to ask, did you come to the concert tonight?
Of course. I heard the Orpheus was appearing in concert. Who wouldn't want to go to that? I mean, it was incredible. The control you have when you play your instruments. I didn't think it was possible for a
Want to hear some more?
Shut up. You know how good you are.
Yes, I suppose that's part of the problem. I mastered my craft. I had my cheering crowds. None of this is new.
It doesn't matter that everything's changed. There are instruments, heck, countries that you've never even heard of.
True, but how different would it all be, really? No, I fear tonight was my last concert in the modern world.
Alright. I do have to leave once again. So, I'll be back whenever I can be. Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm here. Oh. Alright, hey, oh, what's up? I'm here. I'm here, I'm queer, and I really primarily say that because it rhymes. But, you know, I will say, I do, I don't know, man. Like, I primarily wear, like, clothes made for men. I might have the, like, rare piece of clothing that is, like, unisex. But, like, pretty much everything I own is made for men to wear. But if there are two things I would want that are, like, made for women, first thing would be, like, as I was mentioning earlier, like a long, soft skirt, like something that goes all the way up to the ankles. It's just, like, soft and it's cozy and it's real nice. I would like that. And then the other thing I would like is, like, a matching jacket or, like, sweater almost. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like kind of like the soft, not necessarily cotton, but the kind of jacket that, or yeah, it is a jacket. The kind of jacket or sweater that you would see on, like, your aunt or, like, a music teacher. Like a music teacher, like, soft, nice jacket where maybe, like, the sleeves are, like, a little big almost, where they almost hang down, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Those are, like, the two only, like, women clothing items I would really want. Otherwise, I don't want any of them. I certainly don't want women's pants. Alright, imagine walking around without pockets. Couldn't be me, man. Alright, another thing that sucks about being a fucking woman. Imagine going around not having pockets. I'd fucking, like, just... I'd just fucking, you know, do something I shouldn't say, you know? Anyway, let's go ahead and continue on.
So, here we are, Grace. How do we decide what to do next?
Tell me honestly, what made you want to come back?
I assumed my story had reached its completion. Cue the snickering by the chorus.
I'm sorry?
A theater joke. I suppose what I'm searching for is a proper ending.
Or the next chapter. Well, I know how I used to resolve this kind of thing back when I was the muse.
Oh, is it time for a song? That, my dear, I can provide.
Feels uncertain, this thing you got me singing.
I'm uncertain. That's where that's coming from.
Sure, but you've been doing this so long. Why do you need coaching through a song?
I'm uncertain.
Just start it with a statement, something strong, and you can change it if it's wrong.
That's so cool. It's so cool how different the song is if Grace isn't the muse.
Making sound. All of that time waiting round. All of that time. All that sun. Maybe I'm done.
You think you're basically cooked, but have you properly looked? There's something you might have missed, and that's that you now exist. You're out of the bell jar, you're mortal. Are you open to it? Are you open to it?
Nope.
To hunting a savage boar, to opening a general store, to drifting a sports car, to writing a memoir, to stalking a film star. Are you open to it?
That's all exciting stuff, for sure. But Grace, I've lived lives by the score. And now I think it's time to let the sun set.
Damn! Fuck Orpheus, you're gonna make me cry.
Like you say, you can let go while you stay. You can let go while alive. Live alive.
The world that's passed before your eyes. It's such a tiny sample size. And you can let the sun set.
Aww.
As every decent author knows, a book's a bunch of rambling prose until his hand has finally penned the end. To have so much resting on a single decision, an entire life.
I've been there. Big decisions are hard.
The fates have always decided for me.
Well, now you get to decide.
And now oblivion for me, to dance with sweet Eurydice. It's time to go, it's time to let the sun set. I can let go, meet the air. I can let go of despair. I can let go. She'll be there. She'll be there. I ran to keep the star in sight. Kept up the pace to feel its light. But now I think it's time to let the sun set.
So, that's it? It's over?
I think so, yes. I believe so.
But you already tried that, didn't you? You said so yourself. You walked into the sunset and nothing happened. What's different now?
Maybe nothing. Maybe I'll wander the mortal world forever. But I think not. There's a peace I feel that I never had before.
Oh. I guess I just hoped... I mean, that maybe we could have... I don't know.
I know. I would have liked that too. My place is with Eurydice in whatever oblivion lies beyond. I know that now. Fresh fields before me, waiting for my feet. Soon you'll tell a story in a line in the wheat. The bird flying over will see what was made. A short line that ends in a fade. Fresh fields before me, give me to the air, out into the nothingness. My love will meet me there.
Well, fine, you win again. I miss Orpheus. He was fun. How about you, Corone? You ever wanted to go to the mortal world? I guess, actually we need a pretty big glamour. You know, I used to be worried about you, me, Grace, and all the idols. Times were really looking rough. But now I think are gonna be all right. Another game? Oh, a different game. What, you worried I'm gonna beat you this time? Alright, well, where do you store your games? Where do you store anything on this boat? You know what? Don't tell me. I think that I'm gonna buy you a console. No, not that one. that one's not a good one. But the one that I get you is going to be the superior one. You'll see. You'll love it. We're gonna have so many games, and, you know, not even just single-player ones. They're ones that you can play together, and I'm gonna beat you. Then you'll get yours. I'm kidding.
Huh. Oh yeah, okay. Amelia Rose Blair. I feel like I've heard that name before. Okay, Prospect 3, Anjali Bahami. Don't know if that's how you say it, but yeah. That's, it's the voice actor for, motherfucker, that went by so fast, but yeah, that was, voice actor for, Medusa. And then also, Laura Bailey, who plays Grace. Okay, it is Summerfall. Okay. I don't know, I feel like Summerfell is like a better name, but Summerfall, I don't know, I do like that. I do like that one more. But just Summerfell makes more sense to me. Alright. Oh man, honestly, I'm not too sure what I want to do. If you ask me, if you're asking me personally, what I really want to do, I really want to play Baldur's Gate 3 some more. I don't know, I feel like Summerfell would be a great last name for a character. And, yeah, I don't know. I've had in my mind for a while like a non-binary bard, tiefling bard to be specific, and like I think that Summerfell would be a great last name for them. Yeah, Laura Bailey, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, Troy Baker, Carrie Patton, Felicia Day. I can't read all those names so fast. Anthony Rapp as Orpheus. I really like Anthony Rapp. I wonder what else he's done. Because, like, when I was, like, looking up reviews for the game, I saw people kind of talking about Anthony Rapp. Like, oh, I know Anthony Rapp was going to be good. But, like, what else has he done? You know? Let's see. He's an American actor and singer who originated in the role of Mark Cohen in the Broadway production of Rent. Oh, okay, so he's known for Rent. I see. He reprised the role in the film version of the show and the show's United States tour in 2009. But yeah, he originally performed in 1996. He also performed Charlie Brown in the 1999 Broadway revival of You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, and originated the role of Lucas in the musical If/Then in 2014. From 2017 to 2024, he played Commander Paul Statmus on the television show Star Trek Discovery. Okay. Oh, that's sad. I know, I scrolled down this guy's Wikipedia article, see what else he's done. And, apparently Rapp is also known for accusing Kevin Spacey of sexual misconduct in 2017 during the Me Too movement over an alleged event from 1986. And the same allegation generated an unsuccessful civil case in 2022 where a jury found Spacey not liable. Damn, that sucks. He was apparently in the X-Files in 1997. He was apparently also in the Beach Boys and American Family. He was in Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Oh, he was in Psych apparently. Oh, that's nice. I like Psych. And then yeah, Star Trek Discovery, as well as various other things, but I'm just going off things I know. Yeah, is there going to be a section for video games? And is it only going to be this one? Yeah, he's in 2 video games. Star Trek Online Awakening and Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. That's funny. But yeah, he's Paul Statmus in Star Trek Online. I assume reprising his role from the television show. Yeah, no, I really like him as Orpheus in this game. I think he does a fantastic job. I am pretty hungry. I think I might be back in a little minute. I want to grab a bite to eat, and then I think I might, I don't know, I might do something a little crazy, if you don't mind. Uh, all right. Oh, I'm back. So, yeah. Hmm. 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 Oh, let's listen to this song again.
Within me there will always be something left behind in shadow. I'm tethered to you, I'm free. I've known, I've loved you before. We were grown, never alone. Only, if only, we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me. It wasn't too late, it was fate. I've spent so long yearning, observing, seeking the light of your eyes. Now I return, nothing left in reserve. Your eyes, a sunrise. Only, if only, we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me. It wasn't too late. It was fate.
All right, that's a really good song. I really like that. I like that a lot. I wasn't too sure about the first time I heard it, but yeah. All right. Hmm. Yeah, oh man, I don't know. Man, there's a lot here. Hmm. Ooh. I don't know, I gotta think about it. Alright, you know what? I think I might actually load a save here. Because, like... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I've recorded or if I have all the footage of me going down Pan's path. Because, like, in this one I romance Pan. But, like, I don't know. I think... Because, like, the first time I played the game, I chose the charismatic dialogue, and I basically went with that for most of the game. Went with, like, that option. And then, you know. But I ended up romancing Apollo because he's voiced by Troy Baker, and I really like Troy Baker. I like Troy Baker as an actor, you know, and I like him in a lot of the stuff he's been in. Like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna buy that new Death Stranding game just so I can fucking hear him be the villain again, because he's like he's my favorite part of Death Stranding. Like, I have not played Death Stranding. I don't know if I will. But if I do, it will be for him. You know? But, yeah, I think, let's go ahead and play through this one last time.
I thought I'd seen everything. I thought who I was all I could be. You know you changed the tune we've all been dancing to. Even this immortal satyr's gotta move when he sees you. And so I say let's do it. Momentum's never bad. Who knows who we'll be when we reach the end of night. Life that is lived lies between black and white. I rarely do pairs, but with you, it feels right. You've thrown the board all pieces askew. Any plans I had pale next to you. What will you do now your life's in your hands? Is there more room for Pan? I am a scoundrel, truth be told. I live my life with all of my soul. I'll apologize till we're made whole. Oh, Grace, it's my heart that you stole. Come take my hand, come take a chance. I don't do slow. Come, Grace, let's share this dance.
You really have Grace kissing everybody. Alright. So I figured just for convenience sake, let's go ahead and run through this.
Moving forward often comes with heartbreak, leaving the fears you nested in. Take your broken pieces and assemble a life that you are proud to live. We fought for retribution, you and I. I'm queen of the underworld, but you, Grace, I've regained more than I could hope for. In your name, I will lead the dead. The scars I have collected won't define me.
Alright. Pretty sweet song, but also I gotta say, while I've been gone and kind of munching on chips, I'm subscribed to Mogul Mail. I like Ludwig. I think he's pretty good. But I'm like 9 minutes into it. It's an 11-minute video about Sketch, and let's see what the title is as of this moment. I think it's, the Sketch situation is sad. Posted by Mogul Mail 45 minutes ago, probably a little bit more now. Probably 55 minutes ago now. But yeah, I will say it is really sad that, like, that I don't know. That's like somebody could be outed for something they did, and then apparently it's like a super big deal, like just the fact that this guy did whatever, like it doesn't fucking matter, because what he did wasn't bad, it wasn't illegal, it was fine. That's what he wanted to do, that's what he wanted to do. It doesn't fucking matter. But yet, nonetheless, it's a big, like, drama situation. And meanwhile, you compare it, like, you go in the comments, and it's like, the fact that more people care about this than the doctor disrespect situation is insane. And it truly is. Like, a guy did something consensual with other adults, and that was his decision, and, like, everybody was cool and consenting about it, and it's like, oh, okay, we got a problem with this. Meanwhile, fucking Dr. Disrespect talks to a minor, and it's like, I'm sure he didn't know, blah, blah, blah. It's just like people making excuses for this dumb fuck. And it's like, I don't know, it really pisses me off, because also, something I've seen with Rogue Company. If you don't know, Rogue Company is probably my favorite multiplayer game. I genuinely love it. They have kind of announced the game is dead. Like, they're not planning on doing anything else with it. But, because Dr. Disrespect got outed for, talking inappropriately to a minor, they've decided to remove his skin, and they've gone out of their way to, like, they've refunded everybody that spent money on it, which is like just like a decent thing to do. And then, like, I see that on Reddit, and then I find a bunch of people, no, that's not true. I see, like, one comment. There's, like, one comment that's like, wow, this clown studio doesn't want to update the game, but then they remove this guy to appear woke and to virtue signal, and it's like, yeah, man, it's like, that's really easy for them to do, and they might as well do it, because, it's like, it's a pretty bad look to have a creep and a pervert as one of their guys in the game as a skin. So just refund everybody who spent money on that, and then continue to not update the game because it's not successful. And, like, I've talked plenty about how Rogue Company is fucked up, and how Hi-Rez and whoever the actual developers are, because I think Hi-Rez are just the publishers, which is a little confusing. But, like, it's like, I think the game should have been advertised more. I think they should have done more to promote the game, because I think the game is really fucking fun. In fact, I don't know. You know what? Tomorrow, I might play it. I might re-download Rogue Company, and I might play it. If I have enough free space and I'm able to do it. And if not, I'll do it one of these days. But, yeah. Because it's like, I don't know, it's a thing they didn't have to do. There's no real point, but they did it anyway because, you know, it was, you know, it was the right thing to do. I was like, might as well, you know? It's like they didn't have to refund people, but they did. Oh. Alright. But yeah, also something I might play in the future, Life is Strange 2. Because apparently people like underrate Life is Strange 2, I think. And it like the first episode is free and like the rest of it is like $3, so I might do something with that. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know, I might as well start a new game here. And yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Yep, go ahead and confirm it. It's fine. Now, yeah, honestly, I'm not too sure.
4 hours.
I might go for clever or I might go for kick-ass.
4 hours in a rented gym that still smells like socks and childhood trauma. And where did it get us? Other than bored? The band wasn't even looking for anything specific. We just wanted change. We wanted to see who was out there, if they'd show up. Well, they showed up all right.
You know, I had a dream where this exact thing happened. Except we were on stage. And naked.
We were auditioning.
Not all of us. Okay, it was just me. I was naked. I think this went better.
In your dream, was the stage on fire? Because otherwise, I find that hard to believe.
Whoa, can we do that for our next gig?
We are not setting the stage on fire, Brian. Please stop asking. Okay, let's just wrap this up. Kaz, do you need a ride?
Just to Brian's. I'm, crashing on his couch until I get a new place.
What? You said it'd be 2 days.
You know you like having me around. Whatever.
Have you heard yourself snore?
Hey, Grace, you okay? I know you've been kind of loose ends since you left college. I was just hoping tonight would cheer you up.
I'm fine, Freddie. I'm really okay.
Yeah? You don't seem okay.
Well, I guess I just thought this would be easier, you know? How did I even get here?
I know. It's okay, Grace. I'm right here with you.
Music is your life, Freddie. You're the drum. All of this was your idea. I wish I knew where I fit.
I think you fit. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You coming?
I'm gonna hang out a bit and lock up. I'll see you at home.
Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, not a breeze, I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. Is the world too much, or is it just me? Everything I set upon unravels at my feet. Everything I've learned wasted on a girl who doesn't know how to be free. with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen.
Oh,
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I heard you from outside. My name's Calliope. You have an amazing voice. I hope you know that.
Thanks. I'm Grace. Are you here for the audition, or?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I'm afraid it's just me, Calliope. The rest of the band already left, so...
Well, I don't mind if you don't.
All right. Well...
With the fire furious, I have burned my tongue. Grief from all the promises, too many dreams unsung. All the steps I didn't take and paths proved untrue. Is there any path through? Like a boat lost at sea, though I'm about to with no sails, not a you breeze. Still have your life ahead. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. All things that lose their way can find it again. There is no inertia in the ocean. You are right, Calliope. There's always a breeze. But if I build a sail, can I trust the wind to guide me?
Wow. What was that?
Your song was just so wonderful. I had to finish it with you. I hope that's all right. I also know what it feels like to be lost. To feel as if you have no place to turn. That's why I had to come inside.
You didn't come here for the audition, did you? You didn't even know about it.
Caught and called out. I was nearby and your song called to me. I didn't want you to think I was deranged or something.
Weirder things have happened, I guess.
May I ask you why you feel so adrift? You're so young. Surely your life is just beginning.
Alright, ayo.
You sound like my guidance counselor.
Then I should apologize.
No, it's fine. There's just only so many times someone can ask what's wrong with you before you start to think there's really something wrong with you. But what does she know? If only she could see me now, right?
Tell him,
I
Grace.
think she'd see what I see.
Ooh.
I should go.
I mean, honestly, wasted opportunity. You have Ashley Johnson, and then you don't let me romance her?
I know you
Also,
didn't really
I
come
don't
to
know
join
if
the
Yuri
band,
Lowenthal can sing,
I
but
hope
if
to
there
see
is
you
a
again,
sequel,
Grace.
I would love to see Yuri Lowenthal in it as
Perhaps
a
soon.
romance option.
Right. See you then. Did you lose your keys, Fred? I thought you'd be... What the... Calliope?
I didn't know or else... I'm so sorry, Grace.
What happened? Who did this?
It doesn't matter now. I didn't want to do this to you. Not like this. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? Hey, Calliope! Please. Please, come on. What? What is that?
Oh, I can wait. Take your time.
Is that my door?
Technically, it's my door. Or our door, maybe? I came as soon as I could.
Hold on. Who are you? How did you get here?
Through the door? I mean, geez, how did you get here?
I live here, Hermes. don't
really
answer
dead,
my
huh?
question with a question.
Man. So, the chorus is gonna want to talk to you. Sucks, but, you know.
The chorus? You mean the authorities? Are they coming?
I guess they're authorities? But they're not coming here. We have to go to them. Look, I can see you don't know squat about this, so I'm gonna explain real quick, but then you gotta come with me, okay? When Cal died, you saw a shiny thing come out of her, right? That was her soul. That's what made her a god.
A what?
It's in you now, which makes you a god. Surprise, right? With me so far? Cool. Let's go.
Where are we?
Sorry to drop you and run, but when an idol dies, there's like 100 different things I gotta do.
No, wait. Where did you bring me? How did we get here?
The chorus can explain. Don't touch anything. Okay?
Wait! Come back! Okay. Yeah. I'll just wait here and, not touch anything.
Our beloved sister, the last of the Muses, has passed on. To you, our new sister, delivered to us by dear sweet Hermes. It's, Grace, yes?
Yes?
Oh, my. You have had quite the day, haven't you?
Someone died in my arms. Where is this? How did I get here? Who are you people?
Oh, so many questions. This is my office, and I expect you arrived through one of Hermes' portals.
The shiny doorway.
As for who we are, well, that does require some explanation, I agree. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Athena, goddess of wisdom. This is Apollo, god of prophecy. dressed for the occasion, as always. The wondrous Aphrodite, goddess of love, and the one glaring at you is Persephone, once queen of the underworld. Together, we are the chorus. We rule over the idols, our name for the gods who remain. All of us, hidden in your modern world.
But gods aren't real. They can't be. They're just
stories, myths, legends.
If you're real, you'd be all-powerful. You wouldn't be hiding or...
Don't pay much attention to those old tales about us, Grace. They weren't very true to begin with, and, well, truth be told, we've diminished since those days. That doesn't mean we're helpless, of course. Far from it. Yet, at the end of the day, we too are just people, trying to get by.
You expect me to believe that gods, idols, have been living among us for what, thousands of years? You're thousands of years old.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to make you believe anything. Not at all. If you'd like to believe this office is right outside your front door, or that we are, I don't know, actors, religious fanatics, by all means. The only thing I do need you to grasp is that you are here. This is real, and like it or not, it is happening.
Right, and you live here, not in some city in Europe or
on top of a mountain? Oh, I know. Once we roamed marble halls, and now, fashionably appointed apartments. We have Wi-Fi. We move with the times, Grace. We have to, if we're going to remain hidden and survive. The mortals grow more and more clever with each passing century. Television! I do what I must.
Wait, you said, and Hermes said, that I'm a god now too. And an idol.
That is true.
That thing that came out of her that went into me.
We call it an eidolon, the part of Calliope's soul which made her an idol, which now makes you one.
Athena, we are wasting time.
The reason you're here, Grace, the reason why we made you wait so long while we debated, is because we have rules. Those rules mean we can't admit into our ranks a usurper, never mind a possible murderer. I know this will all come as a shock, and I'm so sorry to say it, but I'm afraid you have to die.
What do you mean? What do you mean you have to die?
It's exactly as it sounds, Grace.
You can't do that. What about a trial? You aren't the police. Why hasn't someone called the police?
Because
Calliope's blood
ACAB,
is
Grace.
literally on your hands.
Oh, fuck you, Persephone.
Isn't...
Calliope's blood is metaphorically on your hands. I know
we
you.
should do as we agreed. Calliope's line would end, yes, but what other option do we have? Let a usurper remain an idol?
Justice has to be done, for Calliope's sake.
But... this isn't justice!
You cannot hide from this reality.
I'm not hiding, though a little lost here.
If you are lost, little girl, this bears explanation. Dear child, please listen. You have no recourse. Our laws cannot be changed.
But she came to me.
You must realize there are simple rules. If one of us dies, these rules have been the tools that shield
You must know
us.
I didn't do it.
Is it weird this isn't song?
Now, that the muse is gone. Now that she's gone, I'm afraid you'll have to see. You'll have to see the chorus is in accord. Justice won't be ignored.
I disagree.
Did I hear that correctly?
You've been quiet this entire time, Apollo. Why speak up now?
I grieve Calliope's loss just as much as the rest of you, but I can't let you do this.
I don't know. I feel like
And what if Calliope
Aphrodite
was
should have
murdered
like
by
pink
her? What
eyes.
if Grace stole
you know?
her eidolon?
Then we need to
Like, I
find
don't know.
out.
She has like light, bright blue
justice?
eyes. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, Apollo, I thought we'd agreed this was justice. What would you have us do?
All right.
Don't I get a trial? A fair hearing, something? Or is that not what idols do?
We aren't seriously considering this.
Very well. This one time. I put a motion before the chorus. Do we allow Grace the right to prove her innocence?
Yes.
I think so. Yes.
Fine.
And there we have it.
Wait, I'm gonna get some help with this, right? Some direction?
You say Calliope chose you. I would like to believe that. I truly would. You have 1 week to find out what happened, Grace.
What happens after a week?
There will be a trial. If you cannot provide proof of your innocence by then, oh, our original verdict stands.
Okay.
Okay?
What do you want me to say? I can't possibly do this. This is unfair. You know all that already, right? So I'll do my best. That's all I've got.
We're not going to keep you, Grace. You have much to do. Before you go, however, a few rules. Do not reveal our existence to the mortal world. This includes mortal authorities that cannot help you. Do not harm another idol. Do not leave the city. Do as the chorus commands. Otherwise, do whatever you must to find the true killer, if they exist.
Oh, that's all?
Welcome, dear sister.
And do help yourself to a cookie. Grace? Grace?
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi. You're kidding, right? When I came home, the door was wide open. You weren't answering your phone. Kaz and Brian are still out looking for... Grace... We thought something happened to you. Wait, did something happen to you?
When you got home, there wasn't a body here? No blood or anything?
A body? What do you mean, like a dead body?
Yeah. A woman named Calliope. She showed up and she was...
You were gone all night. Why didn't you answer your phone? I was calling and calling. This wasn't some hookup, was it? Because, you know, you can say it's none of your business, Freddie.
It was definitely not a hookup. I'm allowed to say that much, I think.
Allowed to say? Like you're a secret spy? Have you been a secret spy this whole time? Because if you have, that's pretty cool.
Hi there.
Who is this, Grace? Why does he have horns?
Another one of the gods, I'm guessing.
Another one of the what and the who now?
To answer your question, my dear, you see the horns because I allow you to see the horns. That's crazy, right? As for who I am, I've been known most often as Pan. So you call me that, if you must call me anything.
Pan, of the Greek gods, Pan, right? What are you, some kind of cosplayer?
The days of idols being called gods are well behind us, I'm afraid, but I assure you, I am the real article. I've come to offer our newest idol a helping hand. Or perhaps two. You do look lost, don't you?
And what do you get out of helping me exactly?
Now that is an excellent question. You'll need that kind of baseless suspicion if you're going to survive among us.
Is it baseless? I've already had my life threatened tonight.
Whoa, wait. Life threatened? What?
Oh, now you've done it. You've gone and upset the mortal.
This is your fault, Pan. You just walked in here uninvited, and now...
I often have that effect, I know. It's crazy.
Is there any way you could explain what's going on, Grace?
The prohibition is against revealing the idols to the mortal world. She's not the mortal world, is she? She can be trusted, can't she?
Why do I have the feeling that I'm going to regret not leaving with Brian and Kaz?
Oh, I can guarantee it.
Okay, Freddy. Have a seat. Let's talk.
Huh.
That's it?
Huh? I guess. Do you believe in this, Grace?
Fucking, I don't know. I hope it's all a dream. I don't know. Fucking, I don't know.
You know, I'm taking it one slow breath at a time. It's been a long night.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, I have a million questions, but I can ask them later. The important thing is that I am here to support my best friend.
Aww.
I'm really sorry to drag you into all this.
What, are you kidding? I would be majorly pissed if you hadn't.
Really?
Grace, mythology is my jam. If anyone's gonna get turned into stone, it should be me. Now let's go find that killer, okay?
Such darling camaraderie. It brings a tear to my eye. It truly does.
Speaking of killers.
Whoa. You wound me, dear lady. I've come to offer advice to our newest idol, a foundling who was set adrift most cruelly.
Alright. You know, I will say I'm really enjoying this kind of sorta. But I don't know, I'm fucking obsessed with thinking about other stuff right now, you know?
You know, you could be a killer.
On one hand,
come to mislead you, perhaps. How fiendish.
I don't know. It's kind of funny because
Well
we're
called, darling.
oh yeah,
And
okay.
maybe even true.
I just saw a thing for like Baldur's Gate 3
To be
talking
eternally
about
maligned and
Will and
mistrusted.
Karlak
Alas,
and how they should kind of
and
end up
alas,
together
and alas.
if you don't
I doubt
romance
there's a line
either
of
of them.
idols waiting to offer you advice,
And
Grace.
somebody mentioned specifically
Whether you
like
accept mine or not is for you to decide.
Garrus and Tali from
I still
Mass
don't
Effect
trust you.
3.
Nobody does anything for free.
And like I don't know. I have yet to actually beat Mass Effect 3, but I'm playing a femshep, Jennifer
here we
Hale,
go.
I have
and
not, however, asked for anything
I'm romancing Liara.
as of yet.
So it's like I don't know. I couldn't
Seems
like
rather
disagree
convenient you
with
showing up with
more
advice.
with the idea
How did you even
of
know I
Tali
existed?
and
A little
Garrus
bird
getting
told
together.
me.
I don't know.
You
I
must
actually
know.
want to see
They're
it in
useful,
game to
those
see
little
how it's like
He's not gonna
done
tell
and
you, Grace.
betrayed.
There's not
But
much
like,
to tell.
I don't know. I really
Among the
like Tally.
idols,
I think
blues
she's
travel
really
swiftly.
great. I
We are a
think she would have
tiny
been
village of
a
godly
really great
busybodies.
like
I heard
other
your
option
arrival, and I
for
know how
Shepard.
obtuse the chorus
But
can
like,
be.
apparently BioWare were a bunch of pussies
You're
who like couldn't handle fucking Fox News fucking doing
Okay, I'll
dumb
bite.
propaganda
What's your
bullshit
advice?
about their
I
fucking
have to admit,
stupid
I don't
goddamn
really know
fucking
where to
video
start.
game.
Well, I'm not
So they were
normally one
like,
to run
"Oh,
amok telling others how
let's
to
make
live
it
their
so you
lives.
can't be gay in Mass
But have you
Effect 2."
considered using
I mean,
your
you can a little bit, but
My
not really.
powers.
You know,
Music,
it's like you
art,
can
passion.
romance
You are the
Liara
last
by not
muse,
romancing
and
anyone
all
in Mass
these are
Effect
now your
2,
province.
or you can romance Kelly, and then that's it. And like Kelly isn't even like a true blue proper romance, you know.
That does sound kind of cool. Like
But-
I'm some sort of rock star idol.
But like
That
it doesn't
is it
fucking
precisely.
make. I don't know.
You draw
I don't.
music
I
out of
personally
others'
don't
grace,
like
not
it.
only with
You know,
inspiration, but physically.
like it's just not my deal.
Okay, but how does that help me find Calliope's murderer?
Allow me to expedite the process of understanding.
But yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Now
I
then,
think I kind of went off on a tangent there. But
close
my
your
main point ultimately is that I think
hear that?
it's like fucking
It's coming
stupid
from you.
that like
When you sing,
in
what emotion does it summon?
in like Mass Effect 2, it's like they
I don't know.
took the pussy route,
You open your
and then in
eyes,
Mass
you
Effect
look into
3,
the crowd,
they
and you feel.
added in some additional options if you wanted to be gay,
Powerful.
and yeah, I think it's fucking dumb, you know? Because it's like, especially if you're like a gay guy, there's like barely any options for who you want to go for, you know? As like, I really don't like Tali and Garrus together because like Tali is like really cute, really nerdy, really smart, and then Garrus is a fucking cop.
No, it's okay.
Like he's just a cop the whole time. You can like convince him to be like a better cop, but you can't convince him to not be like a fucking piece of shit. You know?
Why not?
Like I genuinely do not like that. But I want to play through the game to see how it is and see how I feel about it.
Not about to just trust you. You barge in and take over the place. I don't know what I must do, but here's
Anyway,
what you
I'm
can
gonna
do.
kind of let this
Get
play
out
out
of my face.
as
I'm doing it right now.
it does. You know?
I don't follow. Are those really actual horns? And this singing
But,
is so hard to swallow. Can you hear me,
yeah,
Grace?
the-
What's going on?
I don't know.
Morning fades and the day wastes away. Grace, you
I do really like Pan though. Pan's cool. But yeah, I want to finish up Mass Effect 3. I want to play more Baldur's Gate 3. And yeah, those are the main things I want to do. But the problem is I have to do a bunch of like editing and uploading in order to actually accomplish that. But thankfully I've done a bunch today. I just gotta like fucking
Sense to me somehow. But pulling me round is not what I need.
Is that gonna be here all the time?
How dare you?
Is that?
You don't know me.
Fuck you, Pan.
Pass me some wine.
Grace, is this how you let strangers speak to me?
Morning's gone
Grace, this is our place. Is he gonna stay? Freddy, I don't think I have any choice.
where you belong, Grace. The song, Grace.
But can you show me the way?
Yes.
Time to
Damn, it really hurts seeing like seeing like Freddy, who is like canonically in love with Grace. Oh, this sucks.
I never knew I had that in me. That said, I'll never do that again.
Oh man.
door.
Good idea. I just sang soprano.
The showing or the door, Paul?
My body's shivering, blood is thickening, skin is shimmering. You guys are bickering.
Morning fades and always away. Yesterday that may have been true.
I won't let him take you.
Now you're an idol, and you're where you belong. Grace the song, and it's undeniable the difference in you.
That doesn't mean I know what to do. Morning fades, then we all pull the shades. But I'm afraid, and I think you are too. Freddie, nobody knows me like you. If you leave now, I'll follow you somehow.
This Freddy's a friend you can use, but it isn't playtime. Now,
Ooh. Who's Grace gonna choose? I feel like she's gonna choose Pan, but I hope she chooses Freddy.
I'm sorry, Freddy.
Ooh.
If you're forcing me to choose, well, I guess I've gotta go with Pan.
Fuck!
You're kidding me. Can't you see what he is, Grace?
I need him, Freddy.
Fuck.
He can help me.
As opposed to me, who's of no help whatsoever.
Aww,
that,
poor
my
Freddy.
dear, is the power of a muse. To draw out the truth from within. I trust you can see how that might be useful in your investigation.
Yeah, whatever, man. I'm calling it here for the minute. I might just reload a save from a second ago, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's like yeah, I've been really into Baldur's Gate 3 lately. Like editing stuff for that and doing various things. But yeah, hold on. I want to see. Let's take a look. All right. So, oh fuck. Okay, yeah, that is a problem. I have many problems here. All right. So here I will take you through in case you're curious. Here's like exactly what I have going on. So I have 1.49 gigabytes for The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. And that I want to get back to that game and I want to finish it off because I actually did a bunch of like no return gameplay and recorded that, but like what I have right now is yeah, about 9 video clips, most of them either 30 seconds, one of them is 3 minutes. A few of them are 59 seconds, i.e. a minute. But like they're all just mainly kind of glitches that I thought were funny. And then I have a few videos for Red Dead Redemption 2, or sorry, Red Dead Redemption, the original, the port that came out on the PlayStation 4 that I've played through. And I have like a few videos there, some of which I've uploaded, so I should probably delete some of these. But yeah, 898 megabytes of that, 3.03 gigabytes of Persona 3 Reload, 122 megabytes of Persona 3 Portable. I might have uploaded these, but I don't know if I have, but they're actually pretty funny, I think. I don't know. What one of them is just like everybody feeling really tired, and I just thought it was funny to record. And there's also a shadow that like gets stuck. And then another one is like Yukari calling Junpei an attention whore, and I like react pretty viscerally to that. Then I have 374 megabytes of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Then I have 295 megabytes of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And now both of these are kind of just glitches or things I found interesting. Not really a whole lot there. Then I have 113 gigabytes of Hades. Then I have 101.6 gigabytes of Oxenfree. Then I have 57.91 gigabytes of Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Then I have 111.4 gigabytes of Life is Strange. I have 93.14 gigabytes of Share Factory Studio. And keep in mind that anything I would have made in Share Factory, which is like PlayStation's inbuilt editor, will be included in like the other categories. So like say for example, I have a bunch of Hades clips, and so like there's some crossover between Hades and Share Factory because like I edited all the videos I had of Hades, but I haven't edited all of them. And then same thing with like Oxenfree. And then Baldur's Gate 3, I have 52.92 gigabytes. And for Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, I have 89.92 gigabytes. And so in total, if I go check my storage on PlayStation, I have 41.03 gigabytes for games and applications, 10.94 gigabytes of save data, and 40.84 gigabytes of other, which is like, you can't really tell what exactly that is. And then I have 551.6 gigabytes of media gallery. So that's the thing that's taking up most of my storage. And then my console storage is 606.2 gigabytes. That's the total I have. And then free space right now, I have 22.85 gigabytes. Isn't this really interesting, me just listing off numbers to you? But yeah, that's basically all to say. I have a bunch of fucking shit that I have to get rid of. And it's going to be very difficult. You know, because I have like various other things I want to do. Like I want to like edit all my Mass Effect stuff. I want to have like different videos, because I was actually kind of surprised to see, because like when I initially posted it, it got like no views at all when I posted Commander Shepard's cutest moment Mass Effect Legendary Edition, and I think it's pretty adorable. But yeah, it's got 584 views, 18 likes. Pretty good, pretty decent. Not the best, but hey, I'll take it. But yeah, I've been editing all my Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. I used to have way more in Baldur's Gate 3, but now I have a bunch of videos that I have to end up uploading in order to have enough free space to continue to edit or, say, record Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm in like a jolly, happy sort of mood. So on one hand, I do really want to play Stray Gods, but on the other hand, I'm like really fucking tired. But then on the other hand, it's like, you know, I don't want to waste more of my time and waste more of my storage space filling up with Stray Gods, because that was also a problem I encountered, is that when I got too low on storage space, my PlayStation started randomly shutting off. And I was like afraid it might have been like because it was overheating. So, you know, I unplugged everything that I had plugged into it. I took off the cover, used the fucking special screwdriver you need to unscrew the fan. Then I used like an air kind of blower. It's not like you typically use canned air, but I don't have any canned air. I used up the last of it, and I bought a like an electric kind of air blower, because like if I bought like canned air from, say, Amazon, then it would have taken like much longer to come in. And if I bought this, it came like literally the next day. And it was like I don't know, because fun fact about me, I don't pay for shit. All right, I have Spotify Premium and I have like Amazon Prime, but like I don't. My stepdad does, and I'm just like, hey, I want to buy this thing from Amazon. Mind if I use your account? He's like, yeah, sure. Or it's like, you know, I can log into Amazon Prime if I want to, but Can I be honest with you? I don't, because Amazon Prime has ads now, and, you know, if you want to watch a TV show, you can find places to watch TV shows without the ads, but you didn't hear that from me. And I don't know where else you would find them, you know? You know, surely you can, like, find that on a Google Doc or, you know, a website with, like, 1, 2, 3 movies in the title or something along those lines. Surely you couldn't, you know? But yeah, you know, but I of course would never do that because I love paying for media because I have so much money to spend on fucking watching media, you know, that's where all my money goes. But yeah, I don't know. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, you know. Either I continue to play Stray Gods right now and force myself to do some editing and some deleting and some managing of content, or I just give up now and lay down and sleep and cry as I think about my life. Alright, I'll go ahead and continue, but let's reload a save. What day is it? It's July 8th today, right? Okay. Yeah, hold on. I think, yeah, this has got to be the song, right? Load that.
Grace, you know that you're lost now. You've been given powers you don't understand. I'm the guy who can help you. All that you hear is at your command.
Wait. No, it's okay, Freddy. This is all me? What do I do?
Start singing.
Now?
Why not? Time's a wasting.
Not about to just trust you. You barge in and take over the place. I don't know what I must do, but here's what you can do. Get out of my face. I'm doing it right now, man.
You're a natural girl.
I don't follow. Are those really actual horns? And this singing is so hard to swallow. Can you hear me, Grace? What's going on? Lost girls, you all love your lost girls. A rescue that you can take home.
I won't say you need saving. You're not drowning, you're waving. And you two, are you dating? It's so titillating.
Grace, we gotta be careful. Has he slipped something into our drinks? Spouting crap about powers. He could be dangerous, what do you think? Sing it, Freddy, I hear you. We've only just met, now he's my new best friend. Now I'll owe him a favor. And what will he want in the end?
You're lucky, I got to you. There's people out there who will come for you. I've heard that you're making so much ado. You're lost and I'm trying to help.
Lost girls, you all love your lost girls. A rescue that you can take home. I sure hate to say this, but your little stray is perfectly fine.
Oh man, this is so great. Also, I was really surprised to find somebody had tuned in.
How about a solo?
Backing yourself.
You're
No.
sure about this?
Together, everyone. Fuck you, Pan.
I never knew I had that
making this happen. This isn't a game.
You don't understand.
This has all gotten out of hand.
Nothing for Grace will ever be the same.
Lost girls,
Lost girls, you all love you, lost girls. Rescue that you can take home.
You can see we're at home.
I see
What I see, kid. Freddy is no idea, kid. We're far better off on your own.
I don't know about that.
Now
You're just being silly.
Maybe the
Muse isn't feeling like gravity.
Or do you refuse and
Like ostriches, happily stick your heads in the sand.
Grace, I
I could be your right hand.
Freddie, you better leave her alone. Let me do what I do or she'll sink like a stone.
Lost girl, I know I'm not a lost girl. This is all new. And I don't know what to do. Should I stay with my bestie? This girl's getting testy.
Won't be
Lost on my own. I'll always be home.
All right, enough! This isn't a game to me. I'm not picking sides. My life is on the line.
Right. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I suppose we did get carried away. But this is your power, Grace. You draw out the passions from within. I trust you can see how that might be useful in your investigation.
All right. Ba 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 ba. All right, okay. I do think I have the entire. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I'm looking at this all wrong. So yeah, looking at this, I. Okay, yeah, so I don't have Pan's kind of route recorded. I do have like the end of Persephone's recorded. Alright, yeah. I got a lot of different stuff. Okay, yeah, so I have like the end of me doing Persephone's route recorded, and then I also have like pretty much all of I have like all of me choosing the charming option and going with Freddy and romancing her. I have all that recorded, and I have like the very end of Persephone, but I don't have anything else, which is a little sad.
Sure, but I have to admit, I didn't feel completely in control.
Of course not. A song goes where a song goes, Grace. It will only go where it wishes. A muse does not command. She
evokes, she elicits, she inspires.
Are you done? You've helped Grace already, right?
Indeed I have. But I do have one more thing to impart. For all your powers, you still need a place to begin your search. And this I can provide. An address. In the city. Where Calliope was staying, I do believe.
Oh, he do believe. That's nice, man. Lost girls, you all love your lost girls. And something about a stray. Why won't you stay? Bah. Bah. Bah, 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 bah. Bah. Ah. Oh. Sorry. You'll have to forgive me. I'm really drunk. So. But yeah. I'm really glad nobody's watching because, like, again, I am just revealing myself as, like, a little weirdo freak man. I really want to hear how that sounds on the mic. Man, I am pretty loud. Oh, man. Alright. I don't know. Again, if I can be incredibly real with you right now, it was like brought to my attention from like a family member of mine that like apparently like bipolar disorder like runs in my family, you know? So like, you know, a parent of mine has it, and then like a sibling of mine has it, or I don't know if it's bipolar disorder specifically. Might be borderline personality disorder or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, man. It like, can I be real? Can I be real? All right, I'm gonna be fucking real. You can't fucking stop me. But like, I think all disorders are bullshit. You know, I think all disorders kind of exist to explain and fucking like wish away human behavior. You know, it's like, oh, you're not, you know, a person or whatever. You just have this problem or you have this issue. But it's like, I fucking vehemently disagree with that. Like, you are not whatever issue or whatever diagnosis you have been told that you have by a doctor. I think you are a person and you are unique, just like every other fucking person is. And like, we all have our own quirks, we all have our own issues, we all have our own flaws, we all have our own areas of expertise, we all have our own individual ways we live our life and the way our brain works. So it's like, I don't know, it is kind of funny because like I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it because it's very personal. But let me see if I can describe it while being as vague as possible. So like, I had like a family member of mine tell me this, And it was like immediately after I got like angry at them for something very reasonable for me to be angry and upset with them with, you know? Because like they were doing something and I was like, hey, could you not do that? Because it's literally a health concern. Like, hey, you know, like you can do that, but you could maybe like do the simple courtesy of like worrying about other people's health when you do this. And their response to me was like, hey, you should maybe see if you're diagnosed for bipolar disorder. And I'm like, okay, thanks, sport. I appreciate that, but you know, I'm a reasonable, rational human being, and I don't know how you are. I don't know how you exist. I don't know your experience. But, you know, I don't tell you how to live your life. Don't tell me how to live mine, you know? Don't try to say that I have some issue or I have some problem when, you know, you're the one who's causing a problem in this instance. And I have the audacity, the gall, the fucking just the I don't know what's a metaphor. What's a third thing to say? Because I like saying three things, you know, not because I have fucking OCD or anything like that, but because it's more fun that way. Kind of fucking has a great big point. Three is a good number, you know. But yeah, I just have I have the fucking balls. Let's be real here. I have the balls to call you out on your shit, and your response to that is like, oh, I think you might have the same medical diagnosis that I do. And it's like, no, I fucking don't. Because guess what? If I did, I would have gotten fucking diagnosed. Or maybe I wouldn't have. I don't know. But irregardless of that, which if you want to point out that irregardless isn't actually a word, regardless, I don't give a fuck what you think, pussy. But yeah, irregardless, I I don't know. It's like yeah, I think people are all like I think people are all different, you know? Like you can sit here and you can try to diagnose people with like certain issues and certain problems, but like you can only diagnose somebody if it is a detriment to their life. And like here's the thing, you know, I don't think if I have a certain diagnosis or whatever the fuck that's the detriment to my life, because like the detriment to life is me. It's me, motherfucker. It's not like some fucking brain issue I have. My brain is my brain, and my brain is great. I love my brain because guess what? My brain is me, you know? So it's like I kind of understand the rationale and the reasoning behind this sort of idea of like diagnosis and believing, you know, whatever you want to believe, believing some fucking quack. Because I don't know. I don't know. Again, trust your medical professional. I'm not a fucking doctor. I've never been to fucking doctor school. You know, I'm not going to fucking sit around in college jerking off and fucking getting high and doing whatever the fuck doctors do before they become a doctor and then fucking hand out opioids like they're fucking candy so they can get people addicted so that way they can inevitably profit off of people fucking getting addicted to shit. You know? It's like, I don't know, man. Fucking doctors are like supposed to be super smart people that always do the right thing and are fucking moral bastions, but then they're also fucking humans who are flawed and are fucking corrupt just like every other fucking fool out there. So why the fuck do you trust a doctor, man? Alright? I trust me. I trust what I know to be true. I trust the fucking reality of the world I live in. You know? Which is not to say that I wouldn't trust a doctor, but, you know, it's like, no doctor's ever come to me and been like, oh, hey, I think you have this problem, and I think you should have this pill that you need to take, you know? Like, the last time that happened to me, it was like, oh, you have depression, and you should be on antidepressants. And then I was on antidepressants for a bit, and then I got off antidepressants, and hey, guess what? I wasn't depressed. I wasn't depressed before I had the well, that's not true. I have struggled with depression, but it's like, I personally do not need antidepressants to not be depressed. I need to have a goal. I need to have a purpose. I need to have my life fucking mean something. God forbid. God forbid you have your life mean something and it doesn't involve either making money or spending money. Like, God forbid you want to fucking create art in this fucking cruel goddamn world. But yeah, it's like, what I've always seeked, what I've always wanted is a purpose. And the truth of the matter is that we live in a chaotic, meaningless universe, It's like, we are humans. We are some random life on some random planet in the random fucking chaotic, crazy universe, And eventually we will all die. It's a sad fact, but it is nonetheless a fact. And I will spend my life doing what I want, doing what I think is right, just as anyone else will, just as I think everyone has the right to, It's like, if you do wrong and a majority of people think you're doing wrong, I think you are, supposed to suffer the consequences of that, It's like, say, for example, if you go around murdering people, you should be in jail for murdering people, and you should be in jail until you're like, okay, I don't think this guy's gonna murder any more people, which, I'm no fucking prison warden, I'm no judge, I'm no jury, I am just one man, so I can't determine how you determine that somebody should be set free and should be absolved of their crimes, I don't know. I am just one man. I have my personal opinions on it, but it's like, I'm just one guy, and you shouldn't listen to one guy. That's how you get dictators, It's like, would I like to be a dictator? Sure. Do I think I would do a good job? Maybe. I'd certainly try my best, but it's like, that's not how society should be set up. You should have other people to check you, to balance you, to ultimately decide what is best for everybody rather than a few people, which is how we get capitalism, It's how we get in the fucking dystopia we currently live in, It's like, rather than focusing on what's important or what's meaningful or what you should be worrying about, instead we worry about meaningless fucking nothing bullshit, man. It's like, it's like, I don't know, like, art means a lot to me, and I think actually a really great example of this is, let's see here. So, yeah. But yeah, like, I really like art. I really like analysis. I really like looking at something deeper, and that applies to everything. Whether it be philosophy, whether it be a fucking video game, whether it be a TV show, whether it be, just fucking going outside and looking at the world for what it is. I really enjoy looking at things and examining things on a deeper level, and to try to truly understand things and to understand people, to, by proxy, understand myself, why I do the things I do, why I operate the way I operate, and I think I have a pretty good grasp upon that, and it's like, nobody else will understand me as much as I understand myself, it's why I kind of think therapy is for, I was going to say for the birds, but therapy is for other people. Let's be honest here. Like, therapy is for people who need to discover themselves. But it's like, I don't need to pay somebody to pretend to be my fucking friend. I don't need somebody to uh like regurgitate what I already know back to myself because I already fucking know it, you know? It's like it can be really helpful if you want to like deeper understand things that you don't understand, but it's like I do understand things, you know? And it's like you kind of run into a wall, you run into a problem when you have somebody who doesn't understand things and needs more help and needs more time to get a grasp on things to understand the world that they live in. And so it's like, you know, it makes me kind of rather sad that, you know, this is the world we live in. This is how things exist, and this is how the way of the world is, rather than you know, living our best lives, doing the best things we can. We are in this imperfect system, in this imperfect world, just trying to do our best for other people, for ourselves, for nobody, perhaps. You know, perhaps you're a self-destructive person that goes along, you know, doing all the wrong things they can and trying to be the worst possible version of yourself, or not even trying, just simply being the worst version of yourself, you know? And it's like, it can be very easy to like dismiss things, to blame it on other things, to like try to like come up with like a logic for it, you know? Because it's like, I don't know, it is really interesting. It's like really interesting when you have somebody that you can actually talk about this with, you know? Because it's like, I really appreciate my stepdad. Because like, my stepdad is somebody who will like take me seriously when I start talking about life and start examining things, you know? Like, I really appreciated when I was playing through Life is Strange, I was kind of thinking about the way life works, the way most people's kind of should fucking Christ trajectory works in life, where kind of, you know, like your teenage years can sometimes be the best years of your life, sometimes they can be the worst, sometimes they can be a-okay, and then like college is where you decide what you're going to do with your life, what career you're going to pursue, and then as you work your way through that, it like when you get older and older, it determines how your life is going to be. And I was like talking to my stepdad about this, and he, you know, like gave me his honest, genuine opinions about how his life went, like what the best years of his life were, because he's like 60 now, you know. And he was telling me about how, like, you know, his like 30s were kind of a rough time for me because of various reasons. I'm not gonna fucking, you know, expose my stepdad here, but it's like, you know, he like took my question seriously and had an honest discussion with me about this, where it's like, you know, as you progress through life, there's like various things you want and there's various goals you try to achieve, and you know, as you get older, as you change, those goals change, you know? It's like, my stepdad, and I kind of often forget this, as I was talking to him, I was like, oh yeah, he was the CEO of a company, you know? He was, like, for a time, the CEO of a fucking company. And it's, like, crazy for me to think about, because, like, now he is not a CEO. He's, like, a manager, you know? But, like, he was more happy when he wasn't a CEO, because like when he was a CEO, it was like a difficult time period for him, and he also like that was his main focus. And then as he got older and as he took like, you know, you know, obviously to him it wasn't, you know, I'm gonna just say a lesser job, though that's another discussion, where it's like, you know, sometimes you don't want the most authority. Sometimes you don't want the biggest job. You don't want the most responsibility. Sometimes you want something that you can manage and that you can go home and you cannot worry about, you know? Because that was something my stepdad was talking to me about. When he was a CEO, he like would worry constantly. Like every fucking minute when he was home, he would be worrying about like the company and worrying about how everything worked and how it was all going. And then as he got older and he moved into a different position and kind of changed companies, kind of, sort of, not really. It's complicated. But he was talking about how, like, you know, it was much better when he just got to go home for the day and then not worry about what happened, and how that was more like beneficial and better for him, you know, mentally, physically, whatever. You know, because it's much better to, like, be able to be done with a job and to go home and to not worry about it, rather than having a bunch of pressure on you, you know. And it's, like, very interesting kind of hearing his perspective, you know, because, like, I was kind of talking about it, and I was like, I think if you've been successful and you've made the right decisions, like, your 30s should be the best time of your life. And he was like, you know, yeah, I kind of get that. Like, in my 30s, I was kind of, quote unquote, the most successful I've been, but, you know, I had various problems and various issues in my 30s. But it wasn't until, like, my 40s where I was really, like, comfortable and I was okay and I was kind of living my best life. And I thought that was a very interesting perspective from him, you know. And it's like, people, you know, like, other people in my family might have different perspectives, you know. Like, I'm not sure how my mom might feel, you know, because it's like, it's like, I don't know, I have my own opinions, I have my own feelings about it, you know. But it's like, it's like, I don't know, I have a different relationship with my stepdad, because it's like, my stepdad didn't have to give a shit about me. Like, he didn't have to treat me like his own son. He didn't have to, you know, love me as family. You know, he did not have to do that, but he did it nonetheless. And it's like, my mom loves me as family, but it to me, it feels like it's something she has to do. You know, like, she has to love me as a mom loves her son because I'm her son, you know? And it's like, it's a different relationship I have with, like, my mom and versus my stepdad versus, like, say, my biological dad, you know. It's like, I have different relationships with all these kind of people in my life, you know. And then also including my stepmom, I have a different relationship with her than I do with any one of my other parents, you know. Like, I have, like, 4 parents and I have a different relationship with each of them, you know. And it's, like, really interesting to examine that and to think about how that has impacted and affected my life, and how, like, my parents' relationships with their parents has affected their life, you know. It's like, my mom was, like, the youngest child of, like, 2 parents with, like, 4 kids, you know. And, like, my stepdad was the only child of a single mother basically his whole life. Like, she dated various men and she eventually married one, but, you know, again, I'm not gonna get into it. But, like, but it's like, it's interesting to see kind of his perspective on it and to see how he turned out versus, like, my mom's perspective on her relationship with her parents. Because, like, I don't know, my mom talks about how she hated her parents, you know. She, like, hated them growing up. She didn't like them at all. And then when she became an adult, their relationship changed and she got closer with her mom and her dad, you know, my grandpa and my grandma. And it's, like, interesting to kind of see how that works and how that, like, changes a person and how that kind of fuels their perspective and their ideology, you know. Because it's like, everyone is different, you know. It's like, it's like, I don't know, I see my stepdad as being, like, a good dad in spite of himself, you know, in spite of the many things that got in the way of that, you know. Because it's like, it's interesting too, because it's like, you know, I have a step brother and I have a step sister, and, like, kind of similar to me and my sister, you know, I'm the older brother, I have a younger sister, and then my step brother is the older brother, and my stepsister is the younger sister, and like how that relationship plays into growing up, where it's like, I don't know, I always related to my stepbrother more because it's like we were sort of in the same position, but obviously we weren't. He's like significantly older than me. He is several years older than me. It's like when I was a kid, he was a teenager, and it's like kind of interesting, how that kind of works and like the various parallels you see in your life. But yeah, anyway, I'm getting very personal, and it's because I am pretty drunk, so I gotta take a massive piss. But I'll be back to actually play Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's like how you develop as a person and how you are the person that you are is so interesting, because it's like it's like, I don't know, it's hard to imagine, but it's like, wouldn't you be a really different person if you didn't grow up in the place you grew up, didn't have the friends that you have, didn't have the parents that you have, didn't have siblings, didn't have cousins, didn't have the various relationships you've had in your life that make you who you are? The media you consume, the things you watch, the things you did, it's like all this ties into making who you are, and it's something you don't kind of often think about, or at least I assume most people probably don't think about too heavily, but it's like something I think about. It's also something I don't think about heavily. It's like you are who you are, but yet nonetheless you are shaped by the environment you grow up in, by the thoughts that you had, by all these various things that you can't know. It's like it's like, I don't know, I don't know when I had this thought. I think it was like kind of it was kind of pretty early, because I had a sister, I had a sister, and I see like the difference between how me and her were treated as we were growing up. But I was like thinking, is like, how different would I be if everything was exactly the same, but I was born a girl? Like, how different I would be, because it's like, I don't think I would be me, if I was born a girl, I would be a completely different person than the person that I am today. And it's like really it's really interesting to think about that, because it's like, don't get me wrong, you can be whoever you want to be. You can decide who you want to be, but it's like who you were born as and how you grew up is very significant to who you are. I think, at least, it's like the classic debate of like nature versus nurture. How much of you is simply you because of your genetic makeup, because of your like chromosomes, because of how you were born, just simply how you were made up in the womb, as like what little thing could have changed. It's like, say for example, I have like hazel eyes and auburn hair. It's like, would I be any different if like I didn't have these traits? Like, what if I just had brown eyes? What if I just had green eyes? What if I just had brown hair? Or what if I had like brown and blonde hair? Because my mom has, I don't know. It's like minor things that you think wouldn't significantly impact you, but they probably would. It's like tiny little decisions have such like ripple effects. Let's take, for example, the butterfly effect, where it's like, I'm not talking about the fucking dumb bullshit time travel nonsense. I'm talking about like a butterfly just flaps its wings somewhere across the world, and then that causes a hurricane. And it's like, maybe if the butterfly got eaten, maybe if any number of things happened to that butterfly, then the hurricane or the storm or whatever wouldn't have happened. And it's like really interesting to kind of think about that sort of thing. And it's like, I don't know, my whole point is that it feels like it can be very easy to rely on this idea of like, oh, you are who you are, and this is the way things are always supposed to be. And in a way, I do kind of believe that. It's like, I am who I am in this moment, saying exactly the words I'm saying, while broadcasting live from my PlayStation, playing Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, because that's what I'm doing right now. I was always meant to do this, you know? It's like your life can seem like it's this wild thing where you have many decisions, you have many paths to follow, but ultimately, you know, it's like when you die, when your life is finished, your life is just a series of facts. It's a series of events and things that happened and things you did, you know? It's like, take a biography, for instance, you know? Like, biographies kind of have this sort of almost naturalistic storytelling to them, where it's like, oh, you know, this person was poor, and because they were poor, they worked really hard, and they became a CEO, and they became one of the most successful businessmen in the entire world. And it's like, you know, it's like there are countless other people who have a similar story, but just didn't happen to become the most famous businessmen in the world, or one of the most famous, and thus do not have a biography written about them. You know, they just got unlucky. They just chose a different path. They chose to live a life that wasn't significant enough to warrant a biography. And it's really interesting to kind of compare and contrast people's lives, people's decisions, people who, you know, it's like people who you could have been, people who you could have been with, people who could have been your friend, people who could have been your associates, people who you could have hated, people who you could have loved. You know, it's like you'll never know because you are the person that you are. And I think that's okay. That's something you have to accept, you know? It's like you can't, for me personally, I don't think it's healthy or productive to think about the person you could have been or think about the things you could have done. All you can do is decide what you want to do in the moment, in the present, and then you go from there, and the future will be what it is, based on what you did in the present, based on what you did in the past, and you make yourself up every fucking day, you know? But yeah, anyway, I hope you enjoyed my ranting and my ramblings. I gotta go take a massive piss because I'm fucking drunk. Oh, man. But yeah. Here, I'll, go ahead and select this option before I go.
If you had that all along, why not look into it yourself?
Me? Conduct a search like some plebeian. Unheard of. Now this I consider a favor. One I hope you'll remember in future dealings.
Ah, that's perfect. We can look for clues there. What this Calliope was doing, who her enemies were.
I should remind you there is an element of danger. A killer is on the loose, no?
then I'll definitely need backup.
You'll be fine. After all, what's a mortal to do that you cannot?
I can speak Hindi. Okay, fine, I get it. I need to find Kaz and Brian. Just tell them you're okay. If, not the other stuff.
To get to it, I've drinking to resume. Ta-ta.
Hell yeah. That's why I love Pan. She's pretty cool. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, the world is such a crazy, insane place that it's like really weird to like think about sometimes. Because say for example, when I left just now to go use the restroom, when I came out of the restroom, guess who was waiting for me outside the restroom? Two cats. And now you might think, oh, well, you just own two cats. It's like, no, I don't really own these two cats, all right? If you want to know the full backstory behind it, it's kind of funny because my mom and my stepdad ended up going to Boston separately because they work at two different companies. But they both ended up going to Boston, and they had the same returning flight home. And my mom just so happened to like run into this lady who had these two cats. And she was like, "Oh, these really cute cats. They're really sweet. They're both Maine Coons, and they're brother and sister. One of them is named Onyx, and the other one is named Pearl." And uh, my mom, of course, found them to be completely adorable. And when they got on the plane, they had one of the flight attendants come up to them and say, "Oh, hey, turns out that there are two cats on board, and these people behind them are actually allergic to cats. So we were wondering if you could like change seats." And so they changed seats, and then somehow my mom started a conversation with this person who owned the cats and found out that these people were moving to a different country for a year. And they were like taking the cats to one of their family members. And my mom was just like, "Oh, well, why don't we take the cats?" And now somehow that ended up with me owning two cats for like a year. I just have two new cats, and it's insane. Also, I will say fuck you. All right? Nobody's here, so I'm not saying fuck you to anyone. But god fucking damn it, man. I had like 4 people watching, and then I fucking think I tell a really endearing, really interesting story about adopting 2 cute, really interesting cats. And what do I get? I get fucking nothing. I get 0 goddamn viewers. I fucking hate being a live streamer, man. Alright? I love it because I love doing it irregardless. Like, honestly, I wish I had 0 viewers all the fucking time. So that way I wouldn't have to feel self-conscious and feel bad about losing fucking live viewers, you know? Because it's like, I don't know, am I too loud? Is my mic fucked up? Do I sound weird and drunk? Maybe. Fuck, I don't know. But yeah, alright. Do I sound alright? Do I sound good? No. Can't tell. I have to fucking ask myself because I'm the only one who's fucking watching. I'm the only one who gives a shit. Fucking sad and depressing, man. Like, it's why it's kind of, like, ridiculous to me when, I see that, like, my live streams get, like, a decent amount of views, you know? Because it's like, who the fuck is watching? Like, who are you tuning into a random live stream on YouTube? It's like, I don't know, I really appreciate somebody liking what I'm doing and liking me, but it's like, that is a rarity. That is a very uncommon thing to happen. But yeah, you have to forgive me for being a sleepy Saul. I don't know. I'm a tired boy, a sleepy boy, and ooh boy, howdy! I'm gonna open up another drink. Oh wait, hold on. Before I do that, actually, let's go ahead and finish this drink that I have. Hot damn, son. I am fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like I should open up another drink, or perhaps maybe I should puff on the old peace pipe, i.e. the inappropriate term that you probably shouldn't use, especially for me, a white guy. Cause I'm as white as they come. I am Scotch Irish, you know. Uh oh man. I know I will say the I don't know. I think the only kind of funny thing is that, like, I don't know why like gingers get it so bad, you know, because it's like it's like, to me, like the whitest person is like, it's like, I don't know, it can be anybody. It doesn't matter what your hair color is, what your eye color is, you know. Is like, white is a mentality, you know. But it's like, it's like redheads are in this like interesting category where it's almost like, oh, you're too white, you know. It's like, oh, you got red freaky hair and you have freckles. Oh, like, you're gonna get made fun of that. You're gonna get made fun of that for, fuck, I can't speak. You're gonna get made fun of that. Made God, why can't I can't string sentences together. I can't string words together to create a coherent meaning that can be understood by other people. What I'm trying to say is that, like, is that, like, I was always afraid of getting made fun of for having red hair, you know? Cuz it's like, it's like, I'm very lucky because I have auburn hair. If you don't know, auburn hair is essentially, you have like light brown hair and red hair. Those are the two hair alleles I have. And so they kind of combine in a weird way, where when I was a baby I had like red hair, but then as I got older it turned into brown hair. And so now my hair, the hair on my head, is brown, but like, is some of my other hair isn't really brown. Like my beard is much more red than it is brown. It's kind of interesting how that works out. But it's like, in like, if I'm not in sunlight, you can't tell that my beard is red. Like, you might look at my beard and assume it's like brown, but then if you see me in the light, you're like, oh shit, you got a red beard. Like Michael C. Hall, the guy who plays Dexter in the TV show Dexter, like, he has auburn hair, where his hair is brown but his beard is red. You know, I have that same thing, and it's like, I don't know, I never really got picked on for it, but like, of all people, my like step siblings picked on me for it. They were like, "You have red hair," and I'm like, "I don't have red hair. I have brown hair," you know. And then they're like, "No, you have red hair." It's like, why the fuck are you making fun of me for this? I have like a weird fucking freak hair color that's like super rare, and why are you making fun of me for it? Why am I an outcast because I have weird hair? I have weird hair and I can't go out in the sun, and I'm basically a fucking vampire. All right, I go out in the sun. I get freckles. I got moles. I get all sorts of shit. I have to fucking worry about skin cancer, so I just don't go outside because I'm the world the world hates me. The sun is my enemy. The sun, the thing that provides all life to the fucking planet, I'm enemy number one, according to the sun. So why do I also have to worry about being made fun of for that? Fuck you. Oh, man. I know, it's not really a real problem to have, but I just find it funny, you know? It's like, on one hand, it's like, it's not the biggest deal, but it's like, it's like, I don't know, I'm sure if you looked at me right now, my skin wouldn't appear to be white or pale or whatever kind of various colors you want to describe to the white skin color. If you look me in my face right now, I probably look red, you know? Because blood flows to my face, and suddenly I'm not like, you know, what, white colored, I'm red colored because fucking blood is in my face because I'm embarrassed. It sucks, man. It sucks, but I don't know. It's the way I am. If I was different, then I wouldn't be who I am, would I? You know? It's a weird fucking thing to think about. Anyway, I'm gonna actually play fucking Stray Gods, the role-playing musical game. Because it's fun. And I like doing it.
Oh, it's open.
But you know what? Hey,
that's not a good sign.
Maybe I'll get some red eyes to match my red skin.
This is Calliope's apartment? I don't know what I was expecting, but not this.
What were you expecting, Grace?
Hello? Oh, sure, Grace, good job. Just announce to the killer that you're here. I better have a look around.
Alright, let's look at the guitar.
Damn, look at that. That's beautiful. How do you even get one of these?
With money. Oh man, it's I don't know. I'm thinking that Simpsons bit, where it's like, where it's like Homer has to ask his brain. It's like, why is money important? And it's like, money can be exchanged for goods and services.
After Calliope left the audition, where did she go? Did she follow me? Did she come here? Andy Warhol, yeah, that makes sense. I wonder how many celebrities she knew.
I don't know, probably a lot. She seemed like a celebrity herself. She's Ashley Johnson, for Christ's sake.
Did she paint that? Looks like it belongs in a museum.
Alright, now I can go upstairs, but I don't know. Look at the Elvis picture at least.
I want to believe this is just an ironic photo of Elvis and she wasn't like his muse, or...
Oh, let's not get into what the muse of Elvis was. You know?
A giant harp. Of course there's a giant harp.
That's it? One sentence? I mean, of course there's a giant harp, but like, I don't know. It's like, I don't think this is bad, but it's almost like quirky.
Right.
You know?
These aren't... Do I inherit these as the new muse? Is that even okay to ask?
Like, I don't know. I think it would be kind of funny if, like, Grace just so happened, like, you were able to start jamming out with all these instruments, since you are a muse, you know? Like, you have the power of song and music on your side.
Did she play all of them?
Probably.
I don't see anything useful down here. Maybe there's something upstairs?
Or someone. Ho 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 ho.
Oh man, keep it together, Grace. It's just your average, everyday.
There were only 3 muses, you know, not 9. Whenever they found someone who made something truly masterful or created a new art form, they'd pass on their eidolon, take a new name. You see, that's how the mortals became confused. They got it wrong. Like they got almost everything about us wrong.
What are you doing, sitting here in the dark?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Preparing your villainous monologue?
I'm grieving. For a dear friend. If I may ask, how did you find this place? And what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question.
I told you why.
I know what you said, but look around. This office has been tossed. Someone searched this place from top to bottom.
With this? It was like this when I got here.
And you didn't think that was in the least bit strange?
I can't help you, Grace. I wish I could. You deserve better.
Can you tell me about Calliope? I barely knew her, but she seemed...
She was a beautiful soul, if troubled.
Troubled?
She thought the idols had lost their way. She argued with us, with all of us, that we needed to change. We hadn't spoken in years. I hadn't seen her home before today. I'd rather not talk about it.
I should thank you for, speaking up for me.
It wasn't right, what they were doing.
It still isn't. I still need help.
I'm not disputing that, Grace. I just don't think that I'm the one to help you.
Why can't you help me exactly? Pan said there's no specific rule against it.
You've already met Pan? How odd. It's not that I'm forbidden to help you, Grace. It's that you don't want my help.
Of course I do! You have to know more than me about almost everything!
My help will only make things worse.
How is that possible? I've been sentenced to death.
And without my help, you stand a chance of avoiding that fate.
So you didn't mess up the room, but someone must have. There could be a clue.
No, nothing that I've seen. All this mess, as you put it, is likely the result of her projects.
Her projects?
When Calliope got an idea in her head, she would obsess over it, sometimes for months, even years. I don't know what she was involved with lately, but this... for her, this is nothing.
So let me get this straight. You'll speak up for me, but you won't lift a finger to help.
You don't want me to do more.
You keep saying that, but it doesn't make any sense. If you didn't want to help, that'd be one thing. But insisting I don't want you to? Why not?
I can't do this.
Calliope was clearly important to you. Don't you want to know the truth?
Of course I do.
Then what's the problem? Don't do it for me. Do it for her.
No, I haven't sung in centuries.
According to Pan, I can't force anyone to do anything.
Phantom pains from a missing friend, feeding thoughts, thoughts that never end. What did I do? What didn't I do? Here she is, only in your head. Long gone fights, but they're never dead. What did I do? What didn't I do?
What did you do? What didn't you do?
Cause and effect. The earth shook and my instinct was protect. She said, come, there's waves to ride. I stayed shut inside, and that's where she and I would disconnect. Cause and effect.
Calliope, she's the way to be. Facing out, finding ways to see beyond what's dead, reaching ahead.
Yeah, that was her. A meteor, a blazing star, and she was no more. What did I do? What didn't I do?
Cause and effect. There's damage even when it's indirect. Get up and join my side, or sit and let this ride. You can lose battles out of pure neglect. Cause and effect.
But I've tried.
Never with me. We haven't tried.
Then let's see.
So did I give you pause?
I'll come and join your cause. Perhaps there is some change we can effect.
That hidden voice will always play. On a loop, it will always say, what did I do? What didn't I do?
It's a song you can't erase, but you can make a tiny space for what you will do. Something
Very well, I'll help. Though I'm uncertain what you expect me to do.
Athena called you the god of prophecy, didn't she? Isn't that telling the future?
Prophecy is the last thing you need, Grace.
Says you, man. Also, that I don't know. That was really good. I don't know. It's like this would take an excessive amount of time, but I almost want to obsessively go through this game and find literally every variation possible of all the songs. I do also have to platinum the game, but you know, that's like tertiary. Yeah, can you explain why, big man?
It'd be helpful if you could explain why, exactly. This is all new to me, remember?
Yes, of course, that's true. It's so easy to forget that. To receive a prophecy is not simply to be told what might happen, it's to be told what will happen. To know a prophecy is to be bound to its outcome. Only in ignorance is one free to choose.
You're talking about fate, aren't you? Destiny.
I am.
I can't say I've ever believed in fate.
You probably didn't believe in magic either, but here we are.
That's a good point.
My power is to pick at the strands of fate and make a single path clear. But in doing so, all other paths vanish. Worse, prophecies are never crystal clear. Sometimes you won't understand the full meaning until it's too late.
Okay, is there anything you can do that isn't prophecy related?
Not directly, but yes, possibly. Come with me. There's someone I'd like you to meet.
This is where you live?
Oh, yes, sometimes. And excuse the mess, I don't get many visitors.
Don't worry about it. I have 3 brothers. I've seen a mess or two.
Well, you're being kind. I admit I hadn't realized how bad it was.
You said I'm here to meet someone?
Ah, yes. Do you know what an oracle is?
You mean like the Oracle of Delphi? People went to ask her questions, I think, or was that just another story?
Oh, you know about that. Okay. Well, that'll make this easier. There have been many oracles over the ages. They serve as a sort of conduit for my powers. This allows them to offer insight, knowledge they have no earthly means to possess. There's always been one. Over the ages, no matter where I go, one manages to find me.
Meaning there's an oracle here.
There is.
What?
I have brought someone to see you.
How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a magic fortune cookie. Is that what Paul told you? Oracle's my handle. And even if I was the Oracle, I'm certainly not his Oracle.
You know what Apollo is, right?
Oh, I know what Paul says he is. Just because someone says they can fly does not make them the Tooth Fairy. Look, I'm sure he told you all sorts of nonsense. I use computers. I'm a hacker. That's it.
I ask very little of you, Oracle. Your help here would be appreciated.
Fine. Don't get your abs in a twist. Okay, so Paul brought you all this way just to see little old me. What's on your mind, sis?
You keep saying Paul. Do you mean Apollo?
Yeah, I know. Apollo, if that is his real name, says he's a god of prophecy, blah, 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 blah.
But you don't believe him.
Believe him? Who'd believe that? It's super weird, but he's a decent guy, so he can be Apollo if he wants, but I just can't call him that.
So you're an oracle who uses the internet, huh?
Like I said, it's my handle, and yeah. It's a sweet setup, huh? Some of it's even legit.
The parts I purchased for her, presumably.
Bargain for, fair and square. And I keep telling you to get me an Ethernet cable.
I don't know what that is.
It's the 21st century, Paul. And your 21st century Oracle needs her some download speed, okay?
Do you live here?
I crash here, yeah. Better here than home.
She showed up one day, as the oracles do. Naturally, she is welcome to stay as long as she likes.
And see the way he talks. I thought maybe he was a creep at first, but nah, Paul's aight.
The highest of praise.
He'd be more alright if he did some laundry.
Tell me, is Apollo always so...
incredibly emo? Like a sack stuffed with sad?
I am standing right here.
Don't get me wrong. It grows on you after a while.
Grace, surely this is not what you came for.
Oh, I don't know. It's cute watching you get all flustered.
Well, it's Hardly productive, is it?
See, there you go again.
Ugh. Get a room. A different room.
I'm looking for information about someone named Calliope. Can you help?
Oh, the lady from that apartment I sent Paul to. Yeah, I've been checking that out.
What did I tell you?
I looked it up. You could do the same if you learned to use the computer. Here, hold up, I'll show you. There. The apartment was originally purchased 2 years ago by a holding company, Core with a K Enterprises.
Oh. Oh, I see. That would be Persephone.
I knew it! All that rage back at the Course had to be an act. She's involved in this somehow.
I realized Persephone was angry, but I didn't know she and Calliope were friends. How strange. The good news is that Persephone is easy to find. I can take you to her if you like.
I'm thinking she won't be happy to see me.
Persephone is rarely happy to see anyone.
Great! We're all done now.
Thank you for your help, Oracle. Please, do try to get out from behind your screens at least once today. Perhaps go for a walk.
Yeah, sure, will do. Leave a tip on your way out.
I will say, it's crazy to me that's Joel from The Last of Us. That's Kanji from Persona 4. That's the boss
Welcome to the
from Saints Row the Third.
Wow. How have I never heard
Troy
of this
Baker,
place?
the guy who plays
Persephone keeps it a secret.
Apollo.
While still managing to draw a crowd every night, don't ask me how. Here in the underworld, idols can be themselves, even if they don't look human.
Persephone runs a nightclub called the Underworld. It's a little on the nose, isn't it?
Maybe, but I wouldn't say that to her.
Still, it seems like a weird thing for a god to do.
We all get through the years somehow, Grace. If we're to find Persephone in all this, we'll need to split up. Have you considered what you'll say to her?
You don't think I could just ask her about it?
Not if she doesn't want to talk to you. She may need a nudge. You need to be prepared to use your powers, as you did with me. Come find me in the crown if you need anything. Otherwise, be careful, Grace. I thought this would be easier, but it's as if Persephone left instructions to thwart me. Every staff member I approach screams and runs off. I hope your search has been more successful.
It might help if I knew more about Persephone.
It couldn't hurt. What would you like to know, exactly?
My Greek mythology is a little rusty, but isn't Persephone the one who was kidnapped?
Oh, you know about that. What else do you know?
Just that Persephone was a sweet girl and Hades, Lord of the Underworld, swept her off to the land of the dead.
Without so much as a by your leave, yes. Her mother, Demeter, was so enraged she blanketed the world in ice, rendering it barren and infertile. Zeus was forced to act. He decreed that Persephone would be shared between Demeter and Hades, and thus the matter was resolved. Well, you asked. That's her story, as the mortals tell it.
So tell me, how much of Persephone's legend is true?
Well, let's see. Hades did kidnap Persephone. That certainly did happen. The idols almost went to war over it until Zeus intervened and ordered Hades and Persephone to wed. That quieted things. At least until Persephone killed Hades.
Wait, so Hades just kidnapped her? And that was okay? Does this stuff happen a lot with the idols?
Not since the days of the Titans, which I barely remember. It was the first time one idol had killed another. I'd like to say we handled it well, that Zeus and the idols were mindful of what Persephone had been through, but that would be a lie. Persephone was punished for the murder, the underworld taken from her, and we all stood by and let it happen. She has never forgiven us, and honestly, I can't blame her.
And that was thousands of years ago.
The price of immortality. Some things you just don't get over.
Wait, Persephone killed another idol.
Oh, long time ago, yeah.
What about all of Athena's rules? Wouldn't Persephone have been, I don't know,
Executed? The murder of Hades is probably why we now have that rule. Back then, we heard Persephone had usurped Hades' throne, but we couldn't believe it. It just wasn't done. Now, of course, I look back and think we should have seen it coming. Oh, the benefit of hindsight.
Why didn't you see it coming? You're the god of prophecy.
When I look, I learned long ago not to.
So what happened to Persephone after...
The murder? She survived, like the rest of us. She got older, and when we came to the New World, I think she would have left us if it was allowed. It isn't, so instead she did as she pleased. She started a cult, became a crime boss.
Oh, what?
It was after her last transition, but honestly, I have no insight into anything Persephone does these days.
You don't come here often, I'm guessing?
Never. I'm sure Persephone only sent the membership as a formality. I doubt she thought I'd ever use it.
Don't you ever have fun? No drinking or dancing in Apollo land?
Once. When I had the muses to keep me company.
I'm a muse now. I can keep you company.
Nothing would make me happier. But you do have a predicament to solve first.
I'll get going. I still need to find Persephone.
I'll keep trying as well.
Whoa, you're here. I mean, you gotta be somewhere, but you're here.
Hello, Hermes.
Sorry about running off on you back at the thing. Didn't really have a choice, but sorry anyway.
You're not much like the other idols, are you?
No? I haven't been an idol very long. Maybe like a year? I've lost track. So, I'm not the one to ask about the idol stuff. It's all cool, but mostly I do whatever Athena asks. Athena says, one day I'll sit on the chorus. That'll be sick. Can you imagine me in charge?
Why not? Maybe you can shake some dust off the other idols.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of dust.
You're right about that.
I don't think Athena would let me clean anything anyway. She won't even let me touch her spear.
You've only been an idol for a year? How did that happen?
Probably same way it did with you.
Oh, the old Hermes died in your arms and then they accused you of his murder?
No. Well, yes. I mean, no, not like that. But yeah. I was there when he died. We were friends and I was having trouble at home and he helped me out. I miss him.
Why do you call yourself Hermes? I mean, I don't call myself Calliope.
You might eventually.
I doubt it.
Most idols do. Not everyone, though, so I don't know, maybe not you.
When Calliope died, you were right there, within moments. How did you know?
I told you. I got word, so I came.
But how did you get word?
Look, when an idol dies, I have to be there, so I just know. It's a Hermes thing.
But why do you need to be there?
To take them where they need to go.
To take who? Calliope?
Kinda? Look, it's between the old Hermes and me, and between me and the next Hermes. That's all I can say.
This is probably a stupid question, but... do you know who might have killed Calliope?
Ugh, why would I know anything about that?
When you came to the apartment, it seemed like you knew her.
Oh no, I only met her once. She didn't live with the rest of the idols or hang out with us very much. She seemed nice though. Angry, maybe. But I don't know who'd want to hurt her.
It sounds as if she didn't much like the idols.
It was more like how you can't stand your family sometimes, even if you still love them.
Do you know if Persephone is here? I need to talk to her.
Oh, you're serious. Why would you want to talk to Persephone? Nobody ever wants that. One time, I laughed too loud near her, and she threatened to ban me from the club. I don't want to be banned. I like it here.
Is Persephone really that bad? Why do the idols put up with her?
We're like family, and Persephone is that really mean aunt that nobody wants to invite. Don't tell her I said that. She keeps a list. It's a thing.
Okay, forget I asked.
Whew! Man, just the thought of talking to Persephone gives me goosebumps. Blech.
I'll see you around?
If you die, then for sure. But, don't die.
As I live and breathe, if it isn't our dear muse.
Hi, Pam.
Tell me, have you decided to leave your troubles behind and join us in the land of shadows and revelry?
I'm guessing it's a total coincidence that I'm running into you here.
It must be. The alternative would be that I knew a great many things ahead of time.
Well, did you?
Do I look like an oracle? I am here to listen to thrilling music and meet delicious people. My tastes are simple.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of simple tastes, my glass is empty again. The service here is appalling.
I assume you're a regular at this club?
And why would you assume that, dear Grace?
The horns, you... Do you know Persephone well?
There is no knowing Persephone well. She won't have it. Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Long ago, we were all very different. Over the span of ages, however, even mountains erode.
The things you say, the things you don't say, you don't make yourself seem trustworthy. You know that?
Trust is for the weak and the penniless.
Still not helping.
Why, Grace, are you assuming that I, Pan, am some sort of scoundrel?
It's more that I'm stating it outright.
Rejected twice in a row. How will I ever recover from such insult, I ask you?
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to tell you, Grace. Even an idol needs to get by.
I should thank you for the address. It's what led me here.
No need to thank me. You'll owe me. Remember, how you managed to stir the sun god from his oh so tiresome gloom, I cannot imagine. Nicely done.
I like him. It took some convincing, but at least he's helping me without asking anything in return.
Truly, how do you function with such naivete?
Do you know something I don't?
Yes. I'm sorry, was that in question?
You must know why I'm here, right?
Let me guess. You seek our sweet-natured proprietress.
Can you help me find her?
Earlier I wasn't good enough, but now, I see how it is. By all means, I'd love to tell Persephone that the source of her rage has intruded on her domain.
Don't tell me the big bad Pan is afraid.
Seeing as I am neither big nor truly bad, it behooves me to be wary of those who are both.
That's awfully sensible for you.
You barely know me, my little dumpling. But if I am anything, I am a survivor.
Suit yourself. I'll find another way.
It's for the best. My best, at any rate.
I should get going. I'm sure I'll see you soon.
One can only hope.
Oh, hey. You're the new muse, aren't you?
I guess I am, yeah.
Aphrodite mentioned it. Didn't figure I'd see you here, though. Oh, excuse the manners. Name's Eros, god of sex.
Wait, did you say that you're the god of sex?
Desire, really. Sensuality. Attraction. Why? Were you expecting a chubby little flying baby with a bow and arrow?
I wasn't...
I actually preferred Cupid, but Pan had to be the trickster. Spread all those stupid stories.
I'm sorry?
Why? It's not your fault. Just another grudge I get to carry around forever.
The god of sex at a club. Looking for someone?
Once I might have, sure. Now I'm just here to see it happen.
See what happen?
Look out there. See all these people. The hope, the anticipation, the connections, they bounce off each other. To me, it's like lightning.
And you enjoy that?
I used to make it happen, you know. Mortals once begged me to make it happen, to inspire true love. But now I only inspire sex. Not the same thing. It's just as well. People should find true love the hard way. They'll value it more.
You know Aphrodite, right? I only met her the once.
Sure, she's my mother. You know how it is.
How would I know? New here, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't thinking. But you hear a lot of idols talk about each other like that. You know, mother, brother, sister, grandfather. None of us are actually related. We just played a family for so many centuries, it may as well be true.
So Aphrodite is your mother, but not really.
That's right. A long time ago, she took care of me when I needed taking care of. The mortals, they just assumed. These days, well, it's not like that anymore. We're not as invulnerable as we used to be. Least of all, Aphrodite.
You seem a little distracted. Is everything okay?
Of course it is. Sure. Not obvious, huh? Truth is, I don't come here that often. No, it's hard to get away. I just want... Nope, never mind.
Even idols have their bad days, huh?
Bad weeks, bad months, bad centuries. But who am I talking to? You're the one with your life on the line.
Here's the thing. I'm looking for Persephone, but I can't find her anywhere.
Well, I know where she is, but I question whether she'd be happy to see you. I like you, but Mother told me what happened at the chorus. I don't want to cause trouble with Persephone.
What if I could guarantee that there wouldn't be a problem?
Aha. How could you guarantee that?
First, I'd reassure you that I'm here to work things out with Persephone. I don't want to fight. Second, if that didn't pan out, I'd tell her I lied to you.
Making me the idiot who fell for it.
Oh, I don't know. I can be tricksy.
Okay. Fine. When you're ready to see her, you let me know, and I'll take you. Deal?
Deal.
No luck yet, I'm afraid. And why is the music here so loud?
I thought she was just mad at me, but everyone seems afraid of Persephone.
Noticed that, did you? Persephone's angry with everyone, and has been for a very long time. I've told you why. But it's more than that. She does not let go of a grudge. 1,000 years could pass, and Persephone will remember what you did like it was yesterday.
I found someone who will bring me to Persephone.
Finally! I'll be right behind you.
You're coming with me? But I thought...
She seems even angrier with you than she is with me. I might be able to mediate.
We'll see, I guess.
If you're angry with anyone, Persephone, be angry with me. It was I who...
I will deal with you later. I was willing to leave you be, Grace. To wait until your guilt was certain. And yet here you are, in my domain, uninvited. Why? Are you here to beg for mercy? Are you here to challenge me? Should I be afraid?
What is your problem with me exactly? You've had it in for me the moment you saw me.
My problem? My problem is that I'm filled with questions, Grace. Filled to the brim. Do you really expect us to believe that Calliope chose you? What's the real story? Did you stumble across her as she lay dying and desperate? Are you an accident? Did you learn what she was? Did you torture her, hold her at the point of death until she agreed to hand over her eidolon?
Persephone, this isn't...
That's my problem, Grace. With you. And you can't make it go away.
Now would be a good time to mediate, Apollo.
Is that why you're here, brother? Because you know me so well?
Because I know that you care. Far more deeply than you could ever admit.
How would you know that? You resigned. You abandoned everything and everyone who ever needed you. You don't know the first thing about me, and you never did. Just crawl back into your dark little hole, Apollo.
You knew Calliope.
We all knew Calliope.
She was staying at your apartment.
You knew her. Better than I or anyone else suspected.
Are you implying that I had something to do with her death?
Prove you didn't. That's how idols work, isn't it?
You hear that? You're in my house, little muse. You want answers? Fight for them.
A lost little girl, you shouldn't have come here. And I sure ain't in the mood to make new friends. Go home, little girl. The shadows drawing near, and you all alone. We both know how this ends. Let's see how far she bends. We all know how this ends.
been a great night. I guess I'm this evening's sacrifice. But I'll see what I can do. You deserve a good show. Big hand for your usual MC. She's planned a brutal takedown just for me. Hopefully I'll last a couple rounds. You deserve a good show. I won't let you down.
My, we caught a butterfly, such a delicate thing. What a find, I hope she doesn't mind when we pull off her wings. Maybe you don't know who I am. Maybe you don't know who I am.
Well, I don't know anyone, I'm new. You, what's your name? What do you do?
That's the thing with the front row. You're part of the show.
How keen, a stand-up routine, knee-deep in a grave. Works the crowd, wrapped in a shroud, a corpse in a cave. Maybe you don't know who I am. Maybe you don't know who I
Can't say I don't know who you are. Some sort of golden age type star. You've never really been on my radar. Before my time, a discontinued line.
Don't you have any idea what you're dealing with, child? Surprise, surprise, coins on your eyes. Give them to the ferryman. Get it in your little head. You're spitting at the queen of the dead.
Out of interest, is anyone here dead? No one? Yeah, that's probably what I would have said. Hey, let's prove that we're alive. Let me hear you. People on my right. Here we go. On the left now. Come on. Now that's what I call a show. Every single one of them a star. Hey, maybe it's you who doesn't know who they are, who they are. Every night they come in here.
Dance and stamp your feet
Spend money on your beer.
as your skin rots off in sheets. You'll be back at my door.
Don't know a single name.
Deep below the floor.
They just come here to forget how it ends. Your Majesty, do you understand who I am? Who I
No. No, you've earned your answers. Calliope came to me years ago. She'd grown tired of arguing with the idols, tired of being branded a troublemaker. She couldn't watch the idols wither away without a fight. I knew how she felt. So I gave her the apartment.
So you must know better than anyone what she's been up to.
Not exactly. Calliope and I haven't spoken for at least 2 years. After I heard the news, I went to the apartment and turned it upside down. I had to know the truth.
That was you?
I didn't find anything. Nothing to say what she had been involved with, or gotten into, or who she might have been fighting with.
That means one of two things. Either whatever happened to her was sudden, or it was secret.
I suppose you're right.
Calliope was never one to keep secrets. When she was doing something, everyone knew about it.
None of you were talking to her. Who would she tell?
You're clever. Maybe there's a chance Calliope chose you after all.
If it wasn't Grace, that means someone else was behind Calliope's death. Someone who could keep their involvement hidden.
One of us.
Does it have to be an idol? You thought I killed Calliope. Couldn't it have been some other mortal?
Despite how he might look, it's not a simple matter to kill an idol.
It was difficult enough to believe you had done it. If another mortal killed her, they somehow escaped detection. We found nothing, no evidence of a battle.
You looked?
Of course we looked. What do you think was happening while you waited? If Calliope was attacked elsewhere, even magic revealed no trace of it.
Wait. Did you say magic?
You can battle me through a song in a world of your own creation, and yet magic is beyond belief?
Well, sure. I just thought...
We have our powers just as you have yours.
I can grow a field of corn like nobody's business.
Some would say our powers are also magic, but true magic is a different and older power. Hecate's domain.
And it was of no use here.
We shouldn't rule it out. We haven't tried everything yet.
Did Calliope have any enemies? The way you talk about her, she must have. What? What am I missing?
Calliope had a way of making people angry. She could be argumentative.
Yes, but enough to make enemies who wanted her dead?
Not that you or I know of, apparently, but that doesn't mean they didn't exist.
What about Athena? She seemed awfully insistent on declaring me guilty, don't you think?
Athena? No, Athena follows the rules.
Well...
Athena has one goal, and one goal only. To protect the idols. And that included Calliope. She'll eventually drive us all mad with her vigilance, but break her own rules? I don't see it.
What about Pan? He showed up at my place out of nowhere, right after I left the chorus.
He did what?
I have to wonder what his angle is.
He has one, that's for certain. Though I've never thought of him as a killer. It would be too... messy.
Still, we should consider the idea. For him to show up so quickly is... odd.
Couldn't we go to Athena with this? If you've changed your minds and you're both part of the chorus...
Athena would be sympathetic, but... the die has been cast.
She won't go back on the edict, not without clear evidence.
Oh, now you want evidence?
She acted on the information she had. If we want to sway her, we need something better.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You know the idols. Don't you have any ideas?
I told you I wouldn't be of much help, Grace.
Did you now? That's unsurprising. When are you ever of help to anyone but yourself?
Says the woman who forced Grace to challenge her rather than answer a simple question.
Calliope died, Apollo. Calliope, who came with us all the way from the old world.
You think I don't know that? Are you forgetting what the Muses meant to me?
Is that it then? We're all out of ideas, I should just give up? Great. Guess I'll just die.
You're not going to die, Grace.
Aren't I? You heard what Athena said.
Calliope, I'm listening now. Tell us what end you would do.
match did you strike that consumed you?
How could you blame her? What could she have done to earn such a fate? You are blinded.
God of the sun hides from his own eyes. What would you know about fate?
You say that you knew her, she was family to us, yet you don't hesitate to accuse her. Oh, queen without a throne, go bitter with fury. Not everyone seeks to betray you.
Stop this!
There is something missing we're blinded to.
Yes, there's more to seek.
Apollo, your help is not needed here. Go ahead and abandon another muse.
How could you throw that gauntlet at me? Could your heart shrivel any further?
You abandoned me to
Of
a terrible fate.
You replay your injuries
It's
till
far
it's
too
too
late.
late.
You know how far I bent before I
trapped.
snapped.
This is not about you. Enough! This helps no one.
There he is, God of the sun.
Aren't you a queen with all that that means? Stop looking for a fight. These old wounds, they distract and blind you. You can't see yourselves.
He doesn't know what's important.
And you do?
Follow him or stay.
That was not my finest moment. Persephone will never let this go.
You kind of went dark and stormy back there. It was impressive.
I honestly thought I had left that behind me.
Left what? Signs of life? The world won't wither if you raise your voice, Apollo.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I just wish old habits didn't return so easily around her.
Family thing, huh?
That's why I've tried to avoid my fellow idols for so long. I don't like who I am when I'm with them.
You'd think being thousands of years old would make idols more mature. And yet...
Oh, I've forgotten 10 lifetimes by now. Perhaps my maturity was in one of those. At least coming here was useful. You have a better idea of where to start looking, right?
And where is that?
I need to give it some thought. This won't be easy. If another idol is behind this, they know as well. They had a plan.
So you don't know where to look next?
I need time to sort it out. Just be patient, Grace.
I thought you'd decide that getting me into the underworld was enough.
What? Bring you to Persephone and then shrug? Not my problem now?
What I meant to say is... thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Sorry, I'm not used to asking people for help.
It's all right. I certainly know that tune.
I have to ask, is Athena really not an option? She wouldn't see what you see? At all?
I respect Athena. She has dragged us into the modern age, sometimes kicking and screaming. She's why we're alive. But if I said that her need to keep us safe didn't drive her to extremes, I'd be lying. You represent a risk, Grace. To her, that is more important than any notion of compassion or justice.
Maybe whoever's behind this knows that, and is counting on it.
How? No one could have known you would become the muse.
Maybe they just don't want to muse around. The why is a good question.
Good thinking. Though I'm not sure who would benefit. Something to keep in mind.
Is there anything I can do in the meantime? Someplace I can look?
Don't you want to relax? You haven't rested since this began.
Relax? Who can relax? I've been sentenced to death, Apollo.
Fair point. Even so, go home, Grace. The next time you see me, I'll have a better notion of what to do.
Fine. But I'm holding you to that. Hey, Freddy. Have you been waiting up this whole time?
Yeah? A goat man sends you off into the night. Your life is on the line. And I'm gonna, what, sleep? I was so worried after you left, and... well, I also felt like crap. You were right to be mad. I said I'd support you as your friend, and I didn't. I don't know why I acted like that. I just had this image of you being swept off into some new world without me.
I get it, Fred, but I do need you. I don't know if I can do this without your help.
I do know more when it comes to Greek mythology. Though I don't know if that last word applies now that we...
Just say you'll help me. I beg you.
Isn't that a given? Just tell me what happened since I saw you last. Huh. Persephone runs a club called the Underworld. That's a little on the nose.
That's what I said.
And you ended up siding with Apollo? Lord of the Sun, god of prophecy? Do you trust him?
I'm not sure. I think so. It doesn't seem like he's lying, but he's hard to read.
Famous last words.
Tell me about it.
So, what are your options? You need to go back to Apollo's place, right?
I could go back to the underworld. Make sure Persephone isn't taking my decision personally.
Oh, and, there's this. Pan left a card, says, "Come by Olympus." I doubt he means the mountain in Greece.
Huh. I wonder what he wants.
Probably to cash in his precious favor.
Still not a fan?
You know how some people just set your teeth on edge? That's Pan. I can't help it. But it doesn't matter. I said I'd help, and that's what I'll do. You can count on me, Grace.
Thanks, Freddy.
The muse? Oh, the embodiment of inspiration. Can you believe it?
Yeah, kinda.
Ah, Grace, you're back. That's good. I was just about to call you.
He means he wants me to call you, because Paul here still hasn't figured out how to use a phone.
That's not true. I know how, I just don't like them. They're confusing. Anyhow, I've been contemplating our list of suspects, and I think Pan is someone we need to consider.
Why Pan? I thought you'd rejected him as a suspect.
Persephone did, but I've had time to think it over. Pan is a schemer, a traitor in favors. He always has been. His sudden appearance in all this cannot be coincidental.
You think he could have killed Calliope after all?
Perhaps. Or he knows who did and is trying to turn it to his benefit. He always knows more than he pretends.
Wait. You don't like phones?
I just don't like talking to people I can't see.
No, it's the ringtones. They scare the crap out of him. I kid you not.
I'm not frightened. Only a child would be frightened. They're just very loud.
Yeah.
Can we return to the subject of Pan, please?
You should know. Pan asked me to meet him at Olympus. I'm not sure why.
Wait, he wants to see you again? I don't like this.
Neither do I. He decided I owe him a favor after he came to my apartment.
That sounds about right for him. Aphrodite is holding a party of sorts, one you should attend. She is closest to Pan. Indeed, she knows almost all the idols. If anyone is up to something, she's bound to know.
You know Aphrodite better than I do. Can't you talk to her?
Well, talking to Aphrodite isn't something anyone does with much success these days.
Well, if that's the case, what makes you think I'll get anywhere?
There's a standing invitation for the Muse to attend this party. Calliope never went, so Aphrodite will be thrilled to see you. Trust me. If I thought you couldn't get her to talk, I wouldn't suggest it.
What do you mean by a party of sorts? I mean, I'm always down for a party, but...
It's more of a remembrance than a party, really. It's difficult to describe.
That's awfully vague, Apollo.
It'll be easier to see for yourself. It's nothing you can't handle.
I still have that invitation from Pan. Maybe it'd be easier if I just went to see him.
You could, but would you believe anything he had to say?
I might catch him in a lie, which is just as telling.
Well, whatever you do, be careful. I still think Aphrodite is our best bet.
Okay, I'll go. Eventually.
Perfect. I will see you there.
Paul, you should see this. The names you wanted me to look up are getting weird results.
I don't doubt it. I was hoping you could...
Get over here!
No worries, Paul. I'll see you later.
As I recall, Grace, when I said stay or leave, you chose to leave. If it wasn't clear, I don't give second chances. Or did you have some other reason for darkening my doorstep?
I'm sorry. If I'd known Apollo would act like that, I wouldn't have come in with him.
The man is like a sad puppy that keeps peeing on your carpet. Even you should see that by now.
I don't think...
No, you don't think. If you did, you'd realize Apollo is a fully grown man who should make his own apologies. If you decided he's the ally you need, then wonderful. I hope it works out for you.
You haven't considered that maybe you need me for your plans?
What would you know of my plans?
Just that you have them. And if you need anything, it's allies. Allies like me.
Ever persistent. You remind me of her a little.
Of who? Calliope?
It's an interesting offer, Grace. I'll consider it, truly.
Welcome back, Grace. Is there something you came to discuss?
I'd like to know a little more about the idols. I am one now, right?
You are. What would you like to know?
Well, what are we? Where did we come from? If an idol is a soul that moves from person to person, it must have started somewhere, right?
The short answer is, we don't know. If I think far enough back, I can remember bits and pieces. I remember my first Pythian games, the day the idols split in two over Troy, the day my first son died. But before that, nothing. None of us do. I vaguely recall the very first Apollo many thousands of years ago, but was he the original? Did he appear out of the ether? I couldn't tell you.
Isn't it strange to not know where you come from? For all you know, the idols could be aliens.
Interesting. The notion that there might be some other place far away where we're the norm is comforting. Sadly, our memories are filled with blanks. There was a war with beings we called the Titans. A terrible conflict where half our number died, yet do I remember a single battle. The last was after Rome fell. Zeus called us together to relay the news, told us to prepare for battle. And then, in the blink of an eye, I was in the 16th century. What made us forget 1,000 years? What happened during that time? We don't know. Athena calls that period the gap.
The gap you mentioned. What was that like? Did you just wake up one day, or...
I know I was alive. I passed on my eidolon who knows how many times, yet the moment I woke up, as you call it, all memory of that period was gone. It was Athena who found us. I was in France, I think. She came to my farm, and the moment I laid eyes on her, I just knew. It all came back. Did someone do that to us? Did we scatter to the winds for 1,000 years on purpose? It's a mystery.
What about Athena? I mean, she's the one who found you, right? She must have been aware.
Athena claims she awoke on her own and spent the next century locating the other idols. We've pieced together very little of the gap or of our origins. We simply live with it. Gods we may be, but I'm afraid we don't have all the answers.
Earlier you mentioned your son dying. Did I hear that right? Can idols have children?
It was rare, but yes. Back in ancient times, some of them even became idols themselves.
Some of the idols are actually family, then?
Not anymore. Most of our children met terrible ends. A gift of the fates, perhaps. I don't know. The ones who weren't idols... It's hard, watching your children grow old and die. Never understanding why they can't have the same immortality you do, why you can't grant it to them. My first son is why I'm not permitted in Hades any longer. Let's simply say that most idols have stopped having children, and maybe leave it at that.
Tell me more about Calliope. You and her were good friends, right?
For centuries, we were far more. I was the god of the arts, and the muses were my constant companions. We went everywhere together. They had many names, but the three most common were Clio, Talia, and Calliope. The sisters of beauty, I called them, though they weren't always women.
I never thought of that. Do idols change gender a lot?
Most of us seek out inheritors who are like us, I suppose, but not all. Calliope, in fact, was a man in her previous incarnation. Christoph, I think his name was. A poet Calliope adored. I was surprised when she made him a muse.
Who did Calliope become after that poet, Christoph?
You have to realize we're already into the period where Calliope and I weren't really speaking. She showed up one day in her new form, the one you met. An opera singer whose name she never revealed. We fought, as I recall. I told her she couldn't pass on every time she met an artist she fell in love with. Eventually she'd forget everything about who we were and where we came from. She said she'd rather forget than wallow in old memories like I or the other idols were doing. It was time to wake up and make the best of our situation. Calliope was an idealist without compromise. Always. She hated what we'd become. What I'd become. She wasn't wrong.
From how you describe it, You and Calliope fought a lot.
As often as we saw each other, which became less and less as time wore on. However, she fought with everyone. Calliope hated the idols being kept secret. She and Athena would get into screaming matches over the rules, and it got so I could no longer protect her. She moved out of Olympus years ago and kept to herself. I just assumed she was wrapped up with some new artist when I got the news.
Do you regret not making up with her?
Every day I think about our last conversation and what I should have said or done differently. The problem with immortality is that you think you have all the time in the world.
It wasn't only fighting with Calliope, right? Surely there were good things too.
Is that how it sounds? No, she was marvelous. A force to be reckoned with if there ever was one. In the darkest days during the war, it was her songs that gave us hope. She kept Aphrodite alive through sheer determination, I think. Calliope cared. About us, about art, about people she'd only just met. It was her greatest strength as well as her greatest weakness.
I wonder why she picked me. I don't feel like I'm any of those things.
You underestimate yourself, Grace. I see a lot of her in you. She chose well.
I'd like to know a little more about you. All I know is you live in a dump, you have an oracle, and you...
I'm not sure what to tell you. One day has bled into the next for so long I feel like I've been lost in the spaces in between.
Wow, that's a bit dramatic.
Yeah, well, it comes naturally. Music and the arts were once under my purview as a god.
How did that get decided? Did you have a big hat full of pieces of paper and you all picked at random?
No, we chose them for ourselves. Some, at least. Others were given to us by our priests. We collected godly responsibilities like marbles.
People collect marbles?
Oh, or whatever it is mortals collect these days. Cars, perhaps? The point is, we took our godly duties very seriously.
You must have been very different back when you were a proper god.
I think most of us were. We saw ourselves as, I don't know, teachers. Mortals were our students, and we guided them to enlightenment. We thought we were special, infallible. I was as magnificent as the sun, and I surrounded myself with those who basked in my radiance.
That doesn't sound like you.
Yeah, I was arrogant. If there was a man or woman I desired, then I had to have them, or there would be consequences. You wouldn't have liked me. I wouldn't have liked me.
So what is Persephone's beef with you exactly? Is it just about what Hades did to her?
That's no small thing.
It seems more personal than that.
I mentioned how Persephone's kidnapping almost meant war between Olympus and Hades, yes? Well, while this was all going on, Persephone managed to escape the underworld, and I'm the one she encountered first.
Uh-oh.
Hades was hot on her heels, and I had a choice. Either do battle with Hades and start the war right then and there, or let him take her back. Zeus would have had my head if I had sparked a war. Yet all I still think of are Persephone's eyes as Hades smugly took back his prisoner. It's not my finest moment.
Apollo, have you ever tried, I don't know, talking to someone about how you feel?
I will never understand this modern fascination with therapy and focusing on one's feelings.
It might help. You never know.
Yes, I've tried it. There was one I used to speak to. Hecate enchanted him never to reveal what I told him. I don't know that unburdening myself to the man helped. He wasn't exactly trained for this sort of problem.
It is kind of hard to relate to a god, sure.
I do appreciate the thought. But I'm afraid muddling through is as good as it gets for us.
That's all I can think of for now. I'll see you around.
Of course. I look forward to it.
I'd say hello, Grace, but I'm afraid that look on your face might be catching.
What is this place?
It's a garden, darling. Surely even mortals have them.
This building. All those people I pass getting up here. Are they all idols?
Oh, at least some of them. Welcome to Olympus, dear Grace. Our home hidden away in plain sight. Marvelous, isn't it?
How many idols are there? I've met, less than 12?
Oh, I don't know. 20, 30. Our numbers have dwindled so much I've stopped keeping track.
I didn't know there were that many gods.
We're not all equally legendary, it's true. Some idols were barely worshipped, others not at all. Indeed, not all of us are idols. Some are merely immortal. Hangers-on, if you will. You'll meet them all, given time.
Idols live here? I mean, Calliope didn't, obviously. Apollo doesn't either.
One must have special dispensation from Our Lady of Wisdom, Athena, before they can take up a private dung heap like Apollo's.
Am I gonna have to give him my apartment?
That's rather putting the cart before the horse, darling. First, you must outlive the weak.
Right. Good point. I've passed this part of the city 100 times. I've never seen this building. Was it always here, or...?
Our Lady Hecate provides glamours that allow certain things to go unseen, such as my glorious horns. Olympus is the same. Those invited see it. Those who aren't see exactly what they expect. It's not anywhere as grand as in the old country, but it serves its purpose.
I don't know, Pan. Olympus seems pretty grand to me.
As if mortals would know any better. This isn't the first time you've been here. I'm sure Hermes took you to Athena's dreary office.
That's here? Huh.
Good one, that Hermes. Almost as dull-witted as the original, but biddable.
You asked me to meet you here?
I did. As I recall, you owe me a favor that I now wish to collect, if you'd be so kind.
Figured as much. Apollo was right about you.
Dear, sweet, suspicious Apollo. Boring Apollo. What have I ever done to you? Here's the thing. A friend has begged for my help, and you're far better suited than I to offer what he requires. I'll give you a key to reach the reliquary where he resides. You help him, and then we're even. If that's not enough incentive, the reliquary is also where you'll find the lovely Hecate. A sorceress of her power could aid your quest. What do you say?
This Hecate, do you think she could help me?
If she's of a mind. She is the goddess of dark magic, the creator of all our marvelous glamours. If anyone can help you, it is she.
And if she's not of a mind?
Then she won't help you. Grace, that part is up to you. I can't be expected to do everything, can I?
This person I'm to help, what does he want? And why can't you do it?
Well, Grace, there are some things you're better equipped to handle than I. This, as I understand it, is a delicate matter of the heart. One that requires a muse's hand.
A matter of the heart?
What, did you think I was sending you to rough someone up? Set something aflame? Don't be absurd. The man has an issue with his love life. Even if you can't help him, I'll treat the effort as worth the favor.
What is this reliquary? Doesn't that have something to do with the bones of saints or something?
Not those relics. Our relics. The relics of ancient gods. Magical treasures collected over thousands of years. Books, mainly. We store them in a faraway place so no one unsavory can get their hands on them.
Unsavory like you?
Unsavory like most. Athena has decreed that these relics are not to be used by any save Hecate and herself. A rather dull waste of so much amassed knowledge and power, but who am I to judge? I'm not leader of the chorus.
If these relics are off limits, does that mean they're dangerous?
Some, but I'm not asking you to chase after any of that nonsense. In fact, I'd advise against it.
But what if one of those relics could help me?
My, such an adventurer you are. It's possible, but ask Hecate first. She, and I mean this with complete and uncharacteristic seriousness, is not an idol you or anyone wishes to cross.
So that's it? Fix up someone's love life? Nothing trickier than that?
Oh, the way you talk, Grace. It makes me blush.
Well, it's just that...
I trade in willing favors, Grace. If I didn't, no one would want to do as I ask, and then where would I be? I may seem untrustworthy, but allow me to reassure you. If I wish you harm, you will walk into that harm knowingly, and with open arms.
What about Calliope? Did she walk into harm knowingly and with open arms?
You tell me. I could deny it, of course, but if you choose not to believe anything I say, what's the point of asking the question?
I'll think about it, but no promises.
Marvelous. The gentleman you seek is named Asterion. Lovely fellow, quite harmless. I'll send a package to your domicile that contains directions and the key you'll need to reach the reliquary.
I said no promises.
Well, if you decide to go, Grace, you'll still need all those things. Say hello to darling Hecate on my behalf, will you?
It's good to see you again, Grace. Last we spoke, you mentioned that Pan had asked for a meeting. I take it you went?
He wants me to repay a favor by helping someone at a place called the Reliquary.
The Reliquary? And why would Pan send you there, of all places? I don't like the sound of that.
Pan said it was some kind of library. Is that not right?
It's a storehouse of knowledge and magic, one that's normally off-limits to most idols.
Will there be trouble if I go?
Probably, but it's also possible Hecate could help your search. I hate to say it, but you might want to risk it and then plead ignorance. Anything else you'd like to discuss while you're here?
No, that's okay. I'll see you later, Apollo. When I opened that shipping container, I was expecting, I don't know, rats.
Yeah.
Instead we have... Where the hell are we?
It's hard to say. Weren't we going to some kind of library?
Maybe I shouldn't have brought you here.
I live for danger.
This isn't D&D, Freddy. Some of these idols, they mean business.
Do not start dissing D&D. There is literally no better preparation for facing a world of gods and magic. Plus, my initiative is ace.
You are such a nerd.
Speaking of, how much do you actually know about Hecate and this idol you're supposed to help?
Do you know anything about this Hecate? It's not a name that rings bells.
Let's see. Well, she was the goddess of witchcraft, the really dark kind. Oh. But she's never really portrayed as evil. She was more of an outsider, lived alone, off in our little corner of the underworld. Do you think that's where we could be? Oh, that is so cool. Oh, I bet knowledge is important to her. It could be an angle if you talk to her.
That sounds good, yeah. Hey, Hecate! I love your library. So much knowledge! Wow.
She says, knowing full well she's the smartest person I've ever met.
If I'm so smart, how am I in this predicament?
It's not a predicament, Grace. It's an adventure.
The idol we're here to help is named Asterion.
And you know who that is, right?
No. Should I?
That's the Minotaur's real name. You know, big bullhead, horns, lives in a giant labyrinth.
Pan did not mention that.
Why am I not surprised?
This Minotaur. You don't think he might be dangerous, do you?
Well, traditionally he eats people, but he was also supposed to have been slain by the hero Theseus.
Well, not so slain after all. Pan says he has a problem with his love life.
Maybe he needs to stop eating all his girlfriends? Okay, I knew that sounded wrong the moment I said it.
We should go inside instead of standing out here in the fog.
It's more of a mist, really.
A mist potentially full of monsters.
In we go, then. Are you really planning on doing that favor for Pan?
Honestly, the reliquary is what I'm really interested in.
Ooh, a plan C. Go on.
There has to be some magical relic that could help me out. The trick will be finding it and getting my hands on it.
That will be a trick, yeah. I love your plans. I guess the Titan thing is literal, huh?
Mortals within the reliquary. Who permits this intrusion, this sacrilege? This knowledge is not meant for the likes of you. I shall grind you into the dust from whence you came!
But I'm not mortal! Wow, does that sound weird coming out of my mouth?
You, perhaps, but the one with you? Mortals cannot learn of the knowledge kept here. Not ever!
Freddy's not just any mortal. She's special. And she already knows about the idols.
We have been revealed. We are undone!
What? No! No, not undone. I swear, I can go, if you want. I will... I'm not gonna tell a soul. It's enough that I even got to see this place. It is so amazing. It's like the Great Library of Alexandria, which, you know, was destroyed, and one of the greatest tragedies of human history.
I have created this sanctuary at great cost. Knowledge is fragile and must be respected.
Of course we'll respect everything. I was hoping you could...
Ah, mortal. You wish to see more. I can see the fire burning in your eyes.
Could I? Oh my god, you have no idea. Ever since Grace told me about this place, I have been dying to see it with my own eyes. Seriously. Like, is that a spiral staircase over there? Can I climb that thing? Do you have like those ladders that like slide around and like help you go higher? Because I would love to just like stand on those. It's like my dream. I like, have dreams about it, and it's like my favorite thing to even just dream about. Just books in general.
No, you cannot be Grace.
Sure am.
Then Calliope is dead. Is that now? I thought that was not for another 11 months yet.
Nobody told you the news? That's rude.
I do not need to be told. It has been written, and thus I know.
Has it also been written who murdered Calliope?
Murder? No, Calliope dies in a vehicle crash in your arms. It is written. Yes, it's right here. Calliope joins Grace's band. They become friends. Months later, there is an automobile accident and...
An accident? No, that's not what happened.
Are you saying the books are wrong?
Guess I'm not the only one with a problem.
But this cannot be.
The sooner you accept that someone, somehow, screwed up your magic books, the sooner we can get on to figuring out what happened.
Uh-oh.
You will explain. We will both sit, and you will explain. There will be tea. This book you speak of, she goes back in time to meet a Scotsman lover who exists in the past?
Oh, yeah, several times. It's pretty awesome. You really don't have it?
Mortal printing has outpaced my capacity, I fear. I must focus my efforts on a select portion of...
Look, I hate to interrupt girl talk, but you said we have a problem?
Indeed. From what you have described, something outside the realm of fate has occurred.
Is that even possible?
It is, but I must follow the threads back to their source to find the origin of the deviation. It may take years of research.
Years? I don't have years.
That is unfortunate. If there is nothing else, I must ask you both to leave so I may begin at once.
Is there no way to speed that up? Whoever's behind it might be the murderer.
Such threads are not so easily untangled. I must consult the Moirai, if indeed they are not the ones responsible.
The Moi what?
You might know them as the Fates. They, or any beings of a sufficiently cosmic nature, have the power to undo the order of things.
That does not sound good.
Certainly not. They are also not beings I can summon at a whim to solve your mystery. I am sorry.
Actually, I came here to speak to Asterion. If, he is here.
A visitor for Asterion? How strange.
Oh, are we doing guests? Is that a thing? I didn't know.
Wow, okay. Freddy was right.
As if there was any doubt.
My old friend, this is Grace. She is our muse from the line of Calliope, and it is she who asked for you.
Hi there. Can we talk? Somewhere in private?
Talk? What, you and me? Why? What about?
You know, about a delicate matter that maybe you needed help with.
Oh, nope. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. No delegates here.
There you have it, Grace. I believe now is the time when you leave.
But there must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. Not this time.
Please say it is written.
It is written.
Did you hear that? Pan sends me all this way and Asterion won't even talk to us?
Maybe there's another Asterion?
Yeah, more likely Pan's got me chasing my tail. This was pointless.
Well, I don't think we're getting back inside. Do you have another plan?
Maybe we could sneak in somewhere. Could there be a back door?
And do what? You weren't thinking of... do you hear what I'm hearing?
Oh, he's still here. I had to run the entire... Oh, that's a long way, isn't it? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to send you away, alright? I just couldn't tell you, not in front of Kate.
Why couldn't you... Wait. Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Oh, this is so great. I love this.
I heard what you said about Calliope. I can help you. I really, really can. It has to be you. I am so in love with my dear sweet Kate. I just don't know how to tell her. Please, help me tell her.
Do you really call Hecate Kate? Off topic, I know, but I have to ask.
Sometimes she has to go into the mortal world for a short time and do things for Athena.
Uh-huh. And...
Well, she had to make up a magic disguise, a new identity. And I thought she should give it a proper name.
And you suggested Kate?
Yeah, she really liked it. She said, "Thank you, Asterion."
Are you really the Minotaur? Like, the monster who roamed a maze and ate people?
And is supposed to be dead?
Well, my father locked me up in a labyrinth, but I never ate anyone.
Oh, well, that's good.
Except Theseus. But he was a bellend.
Let me get this straight. You're in love with Hecate. That Hecate.
Oh, mate, Kate is... She's just the best. Like, she knows everything, and she always smells so good. Like, she's so nice to me, and she doesn't even have to be. Oh, we got stuck in the tower together because we can't live in the mortal world. I know I could make her happy. Well, I want to try. Oh, won't you help me?
Have you tried, I don't know, talking to her about how you feel? I take that as a no.
I don't have the words. I've tried. Every time I end up knocking over a table or killing a cat or talking about how sometimes meat has that grisly texture I don't like.
You killed her cat? Oh, no.
It was a small cat. I panicked. I'm just not good at words. Right? Really not good.
Okay, so you're in love with Hecate. What is it you think I can do?
A muse knows about poetry and the heart and how to make words beautiful. All I want is to ask her, but I need good words. Please say you'll help me.
Hecate might say no. You know that, right?
Well, she probably will. I mean, she's Kate. And I'm me. But just once... I'd like to be able to ask her, to say it out loud instead of thinking it. I'll still help you, no matter what she says. I promise.
I don't know. Doesn't this feel a little weird?
Which part?
Helping him woo her with my powers.
You heard what Pan said. You can't make anyone do anything they don't want to do. You can only make them say what's in their heart.
Yeah, that's the part I can't do.
I do this and you'll help me in return, right?
Athena made Kate swear she's not allowed to say anything about what happens at the tower. But she never made me swear. Maybe she never thought anyone would ask. But I'll tell you, even if Kate doesn't like it, I'll tell you.
If I do this first.
If you help me, any trouble will be worth it.
I can't say I'm exactly sure what to do.
Can't you just, start the music?
Yeah, but to do what?
Oh, leave that to me. I am so excited about this, I can't even stand it.
What exactly did you have in mind, Freddy?
I'll set up a vibe and you go for it.
I'm not great at words. I'm more of a dancer.
Just speak from the heart. Be honest. You can do it.
You cast a spell on me. Not literally, obviously. But I feel in summary, you and me are meant to be. 'Cause you put a hex on me. You did I'm not blaming you specifically, just that metaphorically. Shit, can someone help me?
It's okay. Okay, what are some of the things you love about her?
Hecate, with you there's so much to love. Oh, I'm not saying you're fat.
Did not just say that.
Okay, hold on.
Tell her something she doesn't know about herself.
Oh, Katie, to me, you know you enrapture?
Ooh, good word.
Is your pallid skin, your lips are so thin, your love of books.
Asterian, I have but one thought. Why is it that you seem so distraught? Are you saying you're in love with me? You couldn't possibly. Really?
Oh, you're doing great. Give it another go.
You've cast a spell on me. It's a feeling that's killing me. But let's say categorically, oh, Katie, it's just you and me. Katie, yeah, that's what I've always called you. It sounds juvenile, but that name makes me smile. I've always wanted to tell you. Anyways, as friends, I'm only a fraction of what I can be. I mean, I'll still make you tea, but don't you want more than tea?
Is this what you truly wish to do? This love could easily fall through. Imagine if we ceased to be. It's a possibility, don't you see?
Oh, God, he's looking pretty bad.
Hecate, it could be this spell on me has blinded my eyes from what you can see. If there's even the smallest possibility of losing you somehow, I'll take it back now. I'm finished, could someone please rescue me?
Freddy, you gotta step in.
Me?
Yeah, you're just as qualified as I am.
Hecate, I'd say he's really put himself out there. Now he cannot undo. It's a brave thing to do. Wish I had his daring. Well, I'm saying that I've missed out before. Last chances rushed out that exit door. I could never let my heart be heard. And it's withering. Now I'm reconsidering.
I'm tempted, but what you're all telling me is nothing will go wrong, for it's destiny. Have you truly considered this carefully? Black magic takes a toll, and if you lose control, the cost is paid by reality. Is my heart worth everything going amiss? I cannot protect you from the dark abyss. So don't dismiss, just resist.
You think that I don't know the darkness inside of me. You know the stars, but do you remember your history? I love the person I have become. You changed me. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me.
Very well, Asterion. I accept your proposal.
Can you lead? I ain't prepared for this.
My heart is a shiver so hard to describe. These feelings I feel coming up from inside. It's unexpected, I barely know what to do. All this seemed impossible, yet now it's come true.
I feel like our story's about to begin. Coming out of the shadows has changed everything. To you, Grace and Freddie, how do I thank you?
I think you just did.
You trod the path well, okay?
You cast a spell on me.
Well, that was diverting. You felt this way the entire time, Asterion, and you said nothing?
I didn't think I was worthy. I mean, look at me. I'm only, half a man.
You have been a devoted friend over the long and lonely years, Asterion. I only wish I had realized sooner we could have been more. As for you, Grace, I thank you for arranging this diversion, however it came to pass.
I don't get it. Didn't you know this would happen? Wasn't it written?
Of course it was. It was also written that I would be unaware of Asterion's feelings until he spoke them to me.
But you knew that.
I follow the rules. It is written.
You have Freddie to thank. It was her idea.
It seems you are even less like other mortals than I'd assumed.
What can I say? I like to see people happy.
You will need to visit again in the future. There will be tea. Come, Asterion, I wish to speak of this further, and find an appropriate outfit.
Hey, wait for me outside, yeah?
How long are we supposed to wait? It's been over an hour.
I'm sure it's fine, Grace. I doubt the Minotaur would break his promise. Say, what'd I tell you?
Whew. You still here? I'm sorry. Kate had a lot to say.
Oh, I'll bet she did.
Yeah, well, Kate wants us to talk about our feelings more. And there, of course, was tea. Right, so I suppose you want to know how Calliope broke into the reliquary that night.
She did what?
No, we didn't know anything about that. Do you mean the night she died?
Oh, well, I thought you already knew. Yeah, the night Calliope died, she broke in somehow. Thing is, we know she didn't take anything or even touch anything. I just remember the alarms, and I chased after her.
You chased Calliope, but did you ever catch up with her?
No. If I'd have caught her, I'd have brought her back and Kate would have gotten answers out of her. All I know is that she was hurt, bleeding bad, but I don't know why. I wanted to help her, but she got away in the fog. Then I ran into Medusa.
Wait, what? Medusa? Here?
Yeah. Well, she's not normally here. I think maybe she was chasing after Calliope too.
How could Calliope have been wounded?
I don't know. Maybe Medusa did it. Probably not, though. I never saw Medusa near the reliquary, just out in the fog, so she never even got that close.
So whatever happened to Calliope happened inside the reliquary?
I guess. But we don't have anything that would attack anyone. Especially not an idol.
So someone else. But they did it inside the reliquary.
If so, they vanished after.
What was Medusa doing here?
She was chasing after Calliope too, I think, but she wouldn't say why. I asked.
Seems pretty convenient. Her just out there suddenly.
Yeah, that part's weird. I've never seen her near the reliquary before.
Couldn't Medusa have broken in like Calliope did?
Yeah, but I chased Calliope from the reliquary. If Medusa had been there, I would have seen her.
Did you say the reliquary has alarms? Like burglar alarms, cameras?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It just has a lot of protections. Magic.
I don't know magic, actually.
Well, it's just meant to keep the dangerous stuff from being touched. It was set off, so something happened in the reliquary. We just, don't know what exactly.
Those alarms don't go off if someone breaks into the reliquary? They don't detect intruders?
Well, normally nobody does that.
Calliope did. Someone else could have.
Yeah, but the alarms are just to protect all the books and relics. That's it. Whatever Calliope did here, it was enough to set off the alarms. That's all I know.
What relics are there? Maybe Calliope was looking for one, but couldn't find it before...
Yeah, that I'm not supposed to say.
Do you have the golden fleece, the shield of Zeus, the sword of Damocles? Is it suspended?
You know a lot about that stuff for a mortal.
So it's all real?
I can neither confirm nor deny any of that. All I know is that nothing got used and nothing got taken.
How do you know Calliope didn't touch or take anything?
Kate knows everything in the reliquary, right down to the last book. She's been looking, but she can't figure if anything was touched. It makes her so mad not to know. And it made Athena pretty mad too.
Athena got involved?
Yeah, when Kate finally told her. Athena wants Kate to keep investigating, but it doesn't look good.
This means Calliope came here the night she died. This is where she was attacked.
But we don't know by whom.
We know Medusa was here. She might even have been involved.
Well, she's super scary, but, you know she works for Athena, right? I thought maybe that's why she was here, but Athena said she didn't know about it.
That does seem suspicious.
If that's all you need, then I have to go. Kate will be so mad if she finds me gone. Good luck, Muse.
You okay there, friendo?
I just can't help but feel like I'm missing something right in front of me.
How so?
Calliope came here for a reason. Why? Someone has to know because they knew she was here.
True.
And Athena knows what went down here. She can't honestly still think it was me, can she?
One thing at a time, Grace. You'll figure it out. I know you will.
I guess so. Next thing is to go back to Pan. Tell him his favor is done.
What an adventure.
Sorry?
You're just lucky, Grace. Luckier than you think. You go do what you have to, and I'll meet you back at the apartment, okay?
Pan! I hope you're here, because I don't know where else to look for you.
Of course I'm here, Grace. Where else would I be but amongst the trees and the wild things? I really must thank you, by the by. Asterion is simply over the moon, and he's already repaid me with this select tome from the reliquary.
That's why you did all this? Because you wanted some book?
Not just some book, but a tome from the forbidden depths.
I doubt Hecate would be pleased.
Oh, most assuredly not. Neither would Athena, which makes it all the more delicious. I trust you got what you needed. More grist for the mill of your innocence, as it were.
You already knew I would, right?
Oh? Did I?
Come on, Pan. How stupid do you think I am? The place you sent me for this favor just happens to be where Calliope was attacked. You had to know I'd discover that. If you wanted me to know, why not just tell me? What's the angle? Tell me why I shouldn't be suspicious, Pan.
You have no reason to be suspicious. I know nothing of what happened to Calliope at the reliquary. I suppose the question at the heart of this is, do you believe me?
I probably shouldn't, yet somehow I still do.
Then you are unlike the other idols, Grace, for they have all cast aspersions my way for as long as I've existed. And what have I done, beyond the occasional prank or honest betrayal? I've never lied to you, Grace, and I never shall. If you're looking for innocence, however, well, I'm afraid that's one thing I cannot provide.
What if I discover you're lying to me after all?
You'll do what you do, and I'll do what I do, and we'll see where that takes us.
If you're still up for trading favors, I could use more help.
Oh, of course you could. You could live the high life, Grace. Throw caution to the wind. Embrace what you can before you...
Before I die? You don't have any hope for me, do you? You're just taking what you can get before it's over.
You'll want to find Medusa, I suppose.
She was at the reliquary, but you already knew that.
You'll find Medusa at a dingy little club appropriately named the Viper's Nest. Give her my regards. But do be careful if you call on her, Grace. Medusa is a hideous monster and should be treated as such.
Alright, well, I am dead tired, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit the hay. But hey, thanks for watching. If you have, hope you enjoyed. Definitely gonna finish this off tomorrow, or not, remains to be seen. But for now, I'm gonna sleep.